District. We're going to start with item 4.1, Pledge of Allegiance. I hope I shouldn't board me around. Okay. And so I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic in which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
One day.
I always look for that now. Okay, our item 4.2 is going to be read by Member Pritchett.
This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded and will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on Comcast and AT&T Uverse systems. Today's meeting will be aired Monday, June 24th at 12 p.m. and Friday, June 28th at 6 p.m. It will also be webcast on metro14live.saccounty.net and can be viewed on Metro Cable 14's YouTube channel. We welcome members of the audience to address the board. Please complete a speaker form, which are located in the back of the room, and give them to our communications representative, along with any handouts that you may have for the board prior to the conclusion of the item's presentation. Please speak into the microphone when addressing the board and state your name for the record. Please limit comments during public comment to the items that are not listed on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is listed on the agenda, we will ask you that you please defer your comments until the item comes up on the agenda. Please also either turn off your cell phones or place them in the silent or vibrate mode. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Pritchett. Now we're going to go to item 5.0, announcements of actions taken in closed session.
Good evening, Member Rhodes. There are 5 announcements coming out of closed session this evening. First, the board approved a settlement agreement related to special education services by a vote of 4-0, with Member Kayada abstaining and members Singh and Phillip absent. Second, the board approved a settlement agreement identified as OAH case number 2023-12077 by a vote of 4-0, with Member Kayada abstaining and members Phillips and Singh absent. Third and fourth, the board approved settlement agreements identified as OAH case numbers 2024-040089 and 2024-040459, each approved by a vote of 5-0, with members Phillips and Singh absent. The superintendent will give the final announcement.
Thank you. I am pleased to announce that the board approved the following appointment. By a vote of 5-0, with board members Phillips and Singh absent, the board approved the appointment of Sharifa C.T. Boughton as principal of Parkway Elementary School.
Thank you, Superintendent. Going on to item 6.0, agenda adoption. So move second by me. All in favor? Aye. Beautiful. We're going to go to public comment 7.0. Do we have any public comment?
We do, sir. We have 14 speakers. We'll begin with Jessica Martin, and there are a total of 8 speakers who she has, so 16 minutes for Ms. Martin.
Wonderful. And then what I asked the audience today is that we are going to make sure that each person gets 2 minutes, but to be respectful for everybody's time, we are going to, at the end of your time, we're going to ask that you cut it a little bit.
Yeah, I don't need that much time. I just
Beautiful.
wanted to make sure in case you were going to cut me to 1 minute.
I'm not.
I came prepared.
So I'm not going to cut you. I'm not going to cut you. I'm going to give you your whole, what is that, 16 minutes?
I don't need 16.
We're giving you your whole 16. You have it.
Thank you.
Just in general for the general public.
Yeah.
We're going to keep you guys to the time because we want to respect people's time behind you. Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, well, good evening, Board and Superintendent Allen. My name is Jessica Martin. I am the proud principal of Sacramento New Technology Early College High School. I am here today to roll out our new logo to you, to give a brief synopsis of the program, to invite you to our grand reopening ceremony, and also to give you some gifts. So just a quick intro of our vision and our mission. So as a charter school, we are accepting everybody. We want everybody to come. You don't have to be a member of our district to come to our charter school. So that allows students from the outside to come on in. But our focus as an early college high school is going to be for our BIPOC first generation college students. That is who we want at New Tech. That's who we want to support. And our mission, which is also a catchphrase, is going to be Sacramento New Technology Early College High School, where everyone goes to college, because we are truly going to send every single student to college while they're at New Tech. While dual enrollment does exist in other high schools in Sac City, which is a really great thing, New Tech is now the only state-recognized early college program in our district. So that is, I think, a really huge thing to celebrate. I have secured a total of $600,000 in grant money to support and sustain this program for the next 3 years. Partial funding from that is going to be for staff members. I'm increasing my registrar from part-time to full-time, and I'm also increasing my counselor position from part-time to full-time because of the support system that we need to provide for all of our students now. Also, the amazing thing about this program is all materials, all texts are completely covered. So college is 100% free to all of our students. At New Tech, if they're driven, they can go ahead and get their associate's degree right along with their diploma. Or they can get a certificate for a pathway and go straight from high school into not entry-level positions, but certificated advanced positions in the field that they like. We have developed 3 pathways. So we have the 4-year bound students, kids who want to go to a 4-year college. They're gonna start some of that beforehand, ultimately saving them money. We have students who are on that career education or academic certification pathway. And then lastly, we all know that not every single high school student knows what they want to do after high school, so we have an exploratory pathway where we're gonna introduce them to the courses within the City College, Sac City College program that will help them decide what they wanna do. And the best part, I don't know if you saw the B article that came out for our graduation, but the best part, one of the best parts about New Tech is kids don't get away with, I don't know what I wanna do. We don't allow them to get away with that. We make sure that they have a direction and they know where they're going, or at least have a really good idea before they leave us. So those are some of the strengths about our program. What I'm asking you guys to do is to please share this program with your surrounding communities, because while New Tech is in the Freeport Manor area, we actually serve students from all of your trustee areas. Every single one of you has students at New Tech who live in your neighborhoods or Southside Pride, right? They're at New Tech. I'd also like to ask that you help us talk to district leadership about taking the small schools out of the high school specialty program enrollment process. This confuses our community because we have open enrollment all year long. We don't have deadlines, we don't have cutoffs, and we have wonderful small schools in this district that get swallowed up by big programs like HISP or PACE. And so if you weed us out of that whole system and give us our own little fare, I think more people will come into the district because they'll recognize that there's so much value and so much variety in all of these small schools. I have been talking about that for a couple years. Now I'm asking for a push from people who can help me push. So like I said, you have 3 amazing small dependent charter schools, right? Myself, the Met, and Carver. And then you also have 3 amazing non-charter high schools. So you have Umoja, you have SES, and then you have health professions, right? And we all offer different things. We all serve different modalities. I don't want to say population because the populations ethnically are similar, but the different things that kids want to do are served differently at all of these programs, and we're not uplifted in our community. Lastly, and I'm just about done here, the gifts. So I have bought t-shirts for all of you. It is the new logo, Sacramento New Technology Early College High School. It was developed by students and designed by one of our parents here. The Sacramento Bridge, the iconic bridge, because there are other new tech schools all over the nation. And so now we are Sac New Tech. We always have been, but now it's better known. The motherboard for the technology background, and the wheat as like a college symbol for sustainability. So that is all I have. I'm going to pass out these gifts, and then see, I didn't use all of my time. Plenty of time for everybody, but also, sir, the hoodie. So we're gonna go ahead and pass these out, and then I'll just be done. So thank you so much for your time. You get a sweatshirt too.
Thank you for that.
Here's the grand opening invitation for you guys.
Wonderful.
My bag.
Yeah, big Southside pride, definitely. Thank you for saying that. Thank you so much.
He's not going to be happy very much.
Yeah, no, yeah, we have to keep those. Thank you very much, you guys.
Okay. We have our next speaker.
Next speaker, William Nalavu.
Hello, William.
Hello. I'm still this. Good evening, esteemed school board members. My name is William Nalivo, and I am currently a junior scholar at Sacramento New Technology High School. Sac New Technology Early College High School. I began my journey at this school as a freshman and have continued to thrive there ever since. Because of how the community is, along with how each staff over there continues to support all the scholars. And over my time over there, I've seen different interactions, like scholars with the lunch lady in the lunchroom talking to each other, talking about different things. Same thing with the janitor, the school counselor, even the principal. And the reason for my unwavering commitment lies in the exceptional academic support that each staff there has given, along with the ability to help improve skills. Like if you're shy, they'll help you grow out of that shell. And another thing that I would like to mention is their dual enrollment. Like Ms. Martin said, this will help you get an AA degree right after you're done with high school, along with helping you finding a career that you want to be in. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Shannon Just with 3 cards and a total of 6 minutes.
Welcome, welcome.
It's been a few meetings. Good afternoon. So this coming year is the 20th anniversary of Luther Burbank's IB World School program. And the Burbank IB model is different than the vast majority, in that it's not a magnet program. Burbank's IB program was designed to serve the neighborhood students. We do not recruit outside of our neighborhood. And it was strictly, the purpose was to provide our neighborhood students with greater options and opportunities for advanced coursework. I'm here tonight to talk about the inequities in the treatment and the funding of the 2 districts' IB programs, Umoja and Luther Burbank. There are 2 primary inequities. One is Umoja receives funding for a full-time IB coordinator position. Burbank receives 0 funds for IB coordinator position. The other one is Umoja has money to run a 7-period day because the understanding is the need to meet 3 different levels of requirements, graduation requirements, A through G, and IB, requires the taking of other extra courses beyond what most students would take. And so Umoja receives funding for both of those things, neither of which Burbank receives any dollars for any of those. So when the issue of funding the IB coordinator position was brought to cabinet this year, it was rejected, and it was rejected on the grounds that Umoja is a 7 through 12 program, running both a middle years program and a diploma program, whereas Burbank only runs a diploma program. So this is really a distinction without a difference, and let me explain. While Burbank doesn't officially have a middle years program, the identification of IB diploma candidates begins in grade 9, not grade 11. Every incoming 9th grader is a potential IB candidate, all 450 of them. And because we are a school within a school model, the work of the IB coordinator in identifying potential candidates, ensuring they're enrolled in the correct classes in grades 9 through 10, is more complicated than in a program that's just full IB. Additionally, Burbank needs to meet, I already mentioned the high school graduation requirements, A through G, and IB requirements, using our 6-period day, right? Umoja has a 7-period day to meet all those requirements. That makes the work of the IB coordinator even more difficult and complicates everything in trying to make sure that we can get all those requirements in within that 6-period day. Often this requires having students in 10th grade take a 0-period PE class in order to do that. And sometimes we can have them take a fine arts class in a 7th period through the after-school enrichment program. So really we have to identify those kids as 9th graders so we can get them in, because we don't have leeway within our 6-period day to do that. Let me give you some of the numbers. So just to identify why this inequity in funding really doesn't make sense on the surface. Umoja has 490 students total in their IB program, grades 7 through 12, but only 175 of those are in grades 9 through 12. So only about 36% of their students are actually in the high school program, which is where the majority of the IB coordinator's work comes into play. Burbank has 450 potential IB students just in grade 9. But if we just look at our diploma years, grades 11 and 12, Umoja had 79 students in their IB classes in grades 11 and 12. This year, Burbank had 493 students take 1 or more IB classes. Of those, 208 of those students took 1 or more IB exams. All of that requires the work of the IB coordinator. That's a lot more work than trying to coordinate the total of 79 students that Umoja had in grades 11 and 12 and their IB tests and classes. Umoja and Burbank have roughly the same numbers of total IB diploma candidates, which is in the mid to upper 20s. All of this to say that is a fallacy to argue that Burbank's program doesn't require a full-time IB coordinator. If anything, the nature of our program and the numbers we serve make it more important to have a full-time coordinator, not less. The decision to not fund our IB coordinator position has dire consequences for the Burbank program as a whole. Burbank has needed to use site funds for the last 20 years to pay for our IB coordinator. And in many years, we had funding like QEIA or ESSER funds, et cetera, to help make up for the site funds that we were using to spend on the IB coordinator. This year, those funding sources are gone, and the necessity of funding the IB coordinator has cost us a science teacher. The end result is that we only have 7.2 FTEs of science, and we need a minimum of 8 FTEs of science just to run the district's minimum 3-year science sequence, as is in the course matrix. So we don't even have enough science sections to ensure that every 9th, 10th, and 11th grader has a science class. And that's without even talking about the seniors having the opportunity to take 4 years of science. As a result, we've had to ration access to physics and chemistry and advanced science electives for next year due to the inequities in the treatment of the 2 IB programs. I urge you to fund the IB coordinator position at Burbank, equivalent to what you fund at Umoja 1, disrupt the disparities in the 2 programs, and implement policies to treat the 2 programs equitably. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Kathy McKim, followed by Gina Barbero, and then Kevin McGrew.
Welcome, Kathy.
Good evening, school board members. My name is Kathy McKim. I'm a consultant with the Hawksville Group and also on the board of directors for St. Hope Schools. I'm also a commissioner on the California Volunteers Commission. I came here tonight to share some highlights with the board on some of the great accomplishments achieved by district students in collaboration with independent charter schools, authorized by SCUSD. In particular, I want to highlight two programs, College Track and City Year. Both of these programs benefit and serve students attending both district and charter schools. And both are examples of the benefits of working together. I had the privilege to serve as the founding board chair for both of these organizations when they were launched in Sacramento. College Track is one of the most comprehensive college prep programs in the country, focusing on high school students starting in the 9th grade and supporting them through college completion. College Track makes a 10-year commitment to students to get them from high school all the way through college onto a meaningful career. At the end of May, College Track Sacramento hosted their 6th launched college event, and they celebrated over 50 seniors graduating and moving on to colleges. This was a great event, and it was seen by many students and also a great example of the program's success. The great thing about College Track is the students that are there are always, most of the time, first in their family to graduate. The other program I want to highlight for you is City Year. This program is like College Track, also benefits district students and charter school students. When the program came to Sacramento in 2012, we were launched in Oak Park, Father Keith B. Kinney, and Sacramento Charter High School. So I just wanted to give you those examples of some great programs where we work together
Thank you
with
for your
Charter.
time.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Welcome.
My name is Gina Barbero. My wife and I have 3 sons, and our homeschool is Theodore Judah. I'm here to discuss our experience with the concapping process, which has consisted of disappointment, heartache, and frustration for myself and my family. Halfway through the year, we transferred our 3rd grader to the district to access my son's IEP services, and we were informed that Judah did not have space for him, so he was concapped to Caleb Greenwood. With the assistance of his incredible teacher and his IEB team, my son was able to make progress academically. He was coming home excited about education for the first time. And he was making friends and connections with the staff and the kids at Caleb. He had a great experience. We inquired about resuming his education there for the following year, and we were told that he had to return back to his home school due to district policy. In an attempt to do right by our son and advocate for the fairness and consistency of his education, we applied for an inter-district permit and found out that from Principal Trent that they weren't taking any permits for the 24-25 year due to the SCTA contract negotiations that would decrease the 4th grade class sizes. After this happened, my wife and I reached out to the PTSO, our school board member, the constituent services, the superintendent's assistants, the superintendent, and there was not one solution or suggestion provided to us. We heard many times that this is how the concapping system works. I'm here to tell you that these policies you uphold do not take children's lives into account. After we told our son that we was going to have to change schools again, he asked, "Can't they just fit one more chair and one more desk in the classroom for me?" We had no answer for him. Once we enrolled him back into Judah for next year, we received a letter just last week that says your child's enrolled for next year. Every effort will be made to accommodate your child at his home school if space is available. We also have twin 1st graders that also don't have a spot at Judah. They said, let's wait and see what the numbers look like in August. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Esteemed board members, my name is Kevin McGrew, and I'm the president of Sacramento Valley Manufacturing Alliance. We are an organization focused on one thing, building a pipeline of of trained talent from the Sacramento region for the high-tech advanced manufacturing jobs of the future. I stand before you tonight because Sac City Unified School District owes us over $100,000. In 2022, we worked together to secure grant money from the cities of Rancho Cordova and Elk Grove to bring those citizens from those communities to the Charles A. Jones manufacturing program. It was intended to be a win-win-win. For Sac City Unified School District, it was intended to prime the pump for the Charles A. Jones Manufacturing Education Center. For SVMA, as a subrecipient, we would market, staff support, provide transportation stipends, and placement bonuses. These are signed contracts. We have received some monies going back to July last year and most recently May of this year. But again, we're out over $100,000. SVMA is a small nonprofit organization. We can't easily take this financial hit of no payment, and it has real and significant impacts on our ability to support the grant activities. We represent over 1,200 manufacturers in Sacramento. They need trained employees for advanced manufacturing careers. These are real careers with real opportunity. SVMA adopted and transformed CAJ.
Let's wrap up your comment.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Next group of speakers, Vanessa Kudabak, Anna, followed by Anna Melander-Herman, and Renee Webster Hawkins.
Good evening, Superintendent Allen and esteemed trustees. My name is Vanessa Kudabak. I'm a proud parent at New Technology Early College High School. I cannot speak enough about what an amazing school New Tech has been for my son. You know, just today, my son was talking to a guidance counselor at Sac City College about what courses he might be taking next year in person. And it's really exciting to see that my son, who's just going into his senior year, already sees a pathway of success for himself, already knows what he wants to do. He's getting his degree in computer science. He's already making plans about what college he wants to go to. It's really exciting. I also just have to commend the amazing approach by Mrs. Martin, the guidance counselor at New Tech, Ms. Kim. They really see each child as an individual and keep them on that track to college. But what we've asked before, and I'd really like to ask again, is that every student who is going into 9th grade understands their options for high school, and they understand that they have this option where they can get an associate's degree, where they can go to early college in high school. When my son was in 8th grade, the only reason I even knew that New Tech existed was because I knew of another program in Napa, and we had an amazing guidance counselor at Miwok. Not every student in Sac City Unified has that information. So I ask that you make sure that every 8th grader going into 9th grade knows that they have New Tech Early College as an opportunity. I can't tell you how many people have said to me, I wish I knew about that program, but they find out too late. I do feel it is a responsibility of the district to make sure that each student is informed. There's a lot of talk about equity. Equity is also, who has access to what information, and please make sure it's also in Spanish. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, board members. Anna Molander-Herman from the Sac City Caregivers and Parents Union, also a parent of 3 children in the district. And I'm here tonight to do 3 things: to congratulate you, to raise a problem, and to give you a solution. So I'm going to congratulate you on finding a way somehow to turn parents against class size reduction. You've done it. Never thought that I would see that in my day, but you have. By treating parents with such disrespect as has happened, in particular these last 6 months, it's shocking to me that you have no plan to ameliorate some of these issues. I mean, when the rubber hits the road, the district looks at large numbers, but when the rubber hits the roads at families, you fail us time and time again, as you have the Barberos. That family is in flux. You have families all across this district that I've had to meet with that are in flux because this district can't figure out enrollment. It should be job number one. And particularly with the waiver issue, where you haven't spent any time talking to families about it, that's a real failure of this district. So I have a solution for you. Stop focusing and majoring on the minor. I want you to focus on growing enrollment. We have the best public high school in the region here in Sac City Unified. We have outstanding programs. We have the ability to draw people in because we are the center of the employment for this region, and we've not done that. I want you to grow enrollment because then you are going to focus on the children and focus on those families that are being held up and held hostage by this district. It's time that we move away from telling people no and start telling them yes, and start focusing on what's best for these children in these classrooms. I cried when the Barberos called me and told me that their son asked if they could just put another chair in the room. And I hope that you feel that too right here. That's a child that you're failing. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, Chair, Trustees, Superintendent. My name is Renee Webster Hawkins. I'm a parent of 2 children with disabilities educated in this district. And sadly, it's not surprising that the Sacramento County Grand Jury gave this district an F for the quality of education that it provides students with disabilities. Indeed, it's anticlimactic, given the string of audits and reports that this district have received since 2017. In 2017, that's when it began, when the Council of Great City Schools issued a 175-page report detailing not only the deficiencies that served as the blueprint for the Black Parallel School Board litigation against the district, but it also gave you a blueprint on how to fix the systemic problems. And I wonder, even though it may seem dated, especially to the newer members of the board, have you read it cover to cover? Do you know, when's the last time that staff gave you a briefing on which of those many strategies have been implemented and whether or not they've impacted positively the lives of students with disabilities in our district? And from the board over the years, I've seen your wringing hands, your words of condemnation, but it's time to act. And it's not a time to plan. That's where I give the grand jury an F. It's not time to plan. You have plans. You have data. You have root cause analyses. Act. You need to act because, well, I'll go, there's a laundry list. I will also say the grand jury gets an F also for apparently not interviewing students and parents, or requiring, asking, directing you to include students and parents in your implementation going forward. Please do that. We have value, we have a voice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Austina Sanchez.
Welcome, Ms. Sanchez.
Hello, my name is Austina Sanchez, and I am here to speak about some concerns that caught my attention about Bowling Green McCoy, which is the school that my son attends to. Some of the staff have been there for a lot of years and have worked with families and with kids in the community to better the school, and some staff that just came in like about a year ago, and I feel like and they're trying to get rid of the stuff that have been there for a lot of years. They've done a lot of things for the kids. I don't think it's fair that parents and kids and even the school has to go without the people who have dedicated and made an effort to make the school better. Ms. Medrano, Ms. Elvia, Ms. Isabel, and Ms. Krishana. I don't think it's fair that they have to be transferred to another school. They have worked hard and put all their effort to help the kids and the parents. They receive them with a smile every day, and now they have to be transferred just because of a person that came in a year ago, and our kids would have to get used to new people who are strangers, and they're just going to be transferred to a school that they never worked for, but the school that they've been working for outside of their daily work, they still take care of the kids, and they're always there for the kids. I personally was struggling with my kids when they were like in first and second grade, and I was struggling personally in some personal stuff in my life. And Ms. Medrano, she helped me. She guided me to get some community resources. And I feel like we should have a vote on the staff that is there for our kids. And you can't just come and replace the staff that have been there just because of the other people who have been there longer in other schools. I don't think it's fair. Because of a principal that comes and goes, the principals get replaced all the time. Ms. Medrano and Ms. Elvia, Ms. Medrano, and Ms. Isabel and Ms. Kashana have been there for a long time. And they took over the school, they took care of the school while there was no principal there. So now that a new principal comes along and they want to get rid of them, I don't feel it's fair. I don't think it's fair for someone to just come and get rid of people who have been there for so long, taking care of our kids.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Tandra Dodie, followed by Ariana Hygier, and then Lanai Evans.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Allen, and SCUSD staff. My name is Tandra Dodie. I've worked at Sac High for 5 years as a science teacher and as a teaching assistant. Earlier this month, Sac High held our graduation ceremony. We watched with excitement as our scholars walked across the stage. We are thrilled that this year, 95% of Sac High seniors were accepted into four-year colleges, including 8 UC campuses, 18 CSU campuses, and 23 HBCUs. We're very proud of the class of 2024 and know they will go on to do great things. This past year was the inaugural year of the Panther Pipeline. This is our on-site dual enrollment program with Sac City College. In our first year, nearly 40 scholars earned 350 college credits while attending Sac High. Course offerings included English, political science, history, and college readiness. Next year, we plan to expand the program by offering additional courses and allowing 9th and 10th grade students to participate in the program and get an even earlier head start in earning college credits. In a previous meeting, I mentioned the ongoing collaboration between Sac High and UC Davis Department of Biochemistry and Molecular Medicine. This year's summer internships are underway. We currently have 8 Sac High students participating in paid scientific research in UC Davis laboratories. I spoke with the parent of one of our student interns yesterday. This student is working in the lab of Professor Kit Lamb. Dr. Lamb is a board-certified medical oncologist. He's known for revolutionizing cancer diagnosis and treatment by developing a tool that advances the early detection and precise delivery of treatments for brain, breast, prostate, pancreatic, lymphoma, and other cancers. The parent I spoke with said Dorothy thoroughly enjoys the work she's doing at UC Davis in Dr. Lamb's laboratory. I look forward to presentations from all our interns to see what they've been learning this summer. I am a UC Davis graduate with a degree in biotechnology and a background in science research. I'm also an Oak Park resident. It brings me such joy to know that kids growing up in Oak Park and attending Sac High are given the potentially life-changing experience of working with our partners at UC Davis or at the medical center less than 1 mile from the Sac High campus. This is an experience they won't get anywhere else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ariana Hygier. I'm a 2024 graduate from Sac High, and I would like to talk about the amazing opportunities and successes that Sac High has given me. Throughout my 4 years, it's prepared me to go to college, to go through and experience what it's going to be like. It's allowed me to get into one of my dream schools, one of my top schools, one of the best medicine schools in the country and the state, UC Davis, and I want to be an upcoming nurse. And I couldn't have done it without Sac High, and I'm so grateful for everything that they've allowed me to do with the dual enrollment and AP classes and just new experiences and internships they've allowed me to do. And they kept me employed for about 2 summers now, so I'm very grateful for that. And Yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lanai Evans. I'm a 2024 graduate too. I was talking about the opportunities that Sac High has given me. Some of the opportunities that they have given me is the 2 UC Davis programs I have did here. One of them is the one that Ms. Dodie was talking about, the clinical research one. And it was another one that I'm doing now that I am a paid internship and my scientist assistant there. They given me big opportunities that I've never seen before ever since I transferred. Some of the opportunities that I have got there is that I got accepted to 17 colleges just because of Sac High has helped me and proven that I can get into stuff that I have never did before. They prepared me with the college classes too, that the credits and everything that I can do for the school and stuff on. And I think that they really prepare you for everything that can come for you and stuff. And thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Julian Duberry, followed by Jackson Duberry, then Kamuri Spears.
How's it going? My name is Julian Duberry. I've been a teacher at Sac High going on 10 years. I've been a parent going on Sac High for almost 10 years. I've coached basketball at Sac High as well. One of the things I love most about St. Hope and the public schools is their commitment to ensuring our kids are set on a path to college. The college-going culture begins at PS7 Elementary with yearly college visits for the students. Many of the students at St. Hope Public Schools, it's their first time in their family going to college, so that's really big at the school, and just ensuring that the students know that is a big focus point and the college opportunities are there available for them. They help students navigate the college application process and identify scholarships and financial aid opportunities. They also make sure students develop a resilience and strong work ethic that is needed to succeed in college. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jackson Duberry, hello board members, and my name is Jackson Duberry, and I have been going to PS7/St. Hope for 9 years, going on to 10. I've gone since preschool to now 8th grade, and I've heard a lot of stuff about it, including people saying how when we go to visit the colleges that before they might have not wanted to go to college, and now they've chosen to go to college because they've seen the campus and the sports and the things they can do. Along with, I like how PS7 has always tried to include others in all the clubs that they can get, along with always improving and trying to get students' opinion on, it doesn't matter what, lunch, classes, even teachers. And I do enjoy how every year that we might have a different elective, like how last year we had Spanish and we have journalism, which allows us to widen our field of knowledge and know what different types of things that we might be able to do in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kamuri Spears. I'm a 3-time St. Hope parent, and I just wanted to point out that something that I really love about St. Hope is that our scholars have access to a wide range of learning opportunities beyond the traditional classroom setting. St. Hope empowers students to become leaders at school and in the community, which is so important to the character development. On top of providing an excellent education, I'm grateful that St. Hope teachers and staff instill the importance of integrity, responsibility, and perseverance in our children. This is essential for succeeding at school, work, and in life. These lessons are even ingrained in our summer programs that St. Hope is currently putting on.
Thank you.
To the board, to Ms. Jennings, to my wife, good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. My name is LaRon Robinson. My child has been attending St. Hope since he was in transitional kindergarten. And I would like to say that he has had a wonderful experience. St. Hope has been a family to him. St. Hope has been a pillar in this community. St. Hope has a rich history. And I think that it's great that we're able to be a part of St. Hope. And I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jalen Wright. I am a class of 2023 graduate, and I am a second-year UCLA student. I graduated with a 4.0, and out of the 10 colleges that I applied for, I got accepted into 9 of them. So that's cool. St. Hope Public Schools helped me develop my love for education and my desire to learn new things. When I graduated from Sac High, I was academically prepared for college-level work and had the life skills to succeed on my own. The school's emphasis on college success put me on a trajectory not only to do well academically, but also I got involved in campus life and to make the most out of my college experience. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Amaya Purnell. I am a 2023 graduate as well from Sac High, and I've been in the St. Hope Public Schools from 7th grade to 12th grade. And I can confidently say that I would not be pursuing higher education if it wasn't for St. Hope and Sac High and just all of the opportunities that have come along with it. I have gotten opportunity to be in college track, I've gotten internships, I've gotten just so many opportunities, countless opportunities from Sac High and St. Hope. I remember not being academically prepared when I first came to the St. Hope Public Schools, but just the engagement that the staff has offered and the one-on-one tutoring and training with myself and my family has gotten me to UCLA, and I just finished my first year at UCLA as well. So I just feel like I owe it all to St. Hope and the community, and yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, hi everyone. My name is Sylviana Moore, and I'm standing here in front of you as a very proud Sacramento Charter High School graduate and alumni. I had the opportunity to graduate from Sacramento Charter High School in 2014, and I also had the opportunity a few weeks ago to see and reflect at the 2024 commencement. My cousin had the opportunity to graduate as well. As I sat in the seats and listened to the stories of the students and the faculty, I was reminded of the community we have here. I was looking at that board behind us that said #save SAC schools, but really it should be save SAC communities. As you can see here, and I'm sure you've seen the last few meetings, it's a large community that you're affecting. I know when I attended Sac High, I wasn't speaking this well, and I probably wasn't gonna be speaking in front of a room this big. But I will say, just like this opportunity and the students who've spoken here, this is a true testament to what Sac High offers. As a student, as an alumni, I have graduated from Hampton University. I have achieved my bachelor's in MBA. I have been able to work at one of the top consulting firms due to Sacramento Charter High School, and I've started businesses, specifically nonprofits, to give back to students just like these who need opportunities such as schools and communities and organizations who are impacting them. Some of these kids only have this school, only have some of these faculty and staff to give them the opportunity and reminder that they can be more. I know I was one of them. I'm a first-generation college student. I have family members who are incarcerated, and Sac High, I had teachers who said, you can be more. You can be more. I've gone back and spoken at some of those teachers' schools who became principals, and I think truly it's an ecosystem of pride, of community, and of impact. And I thank you for listening, and please continue to listen to the students and family. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We have no more public comment.
Okay, thank you to all the speakers who came and spoke on item 7.0. Next, we're going to move to communications, employee organization report, SCTA. Coming on down, bringing the amor with you.
Siempre vengo con amor.
Siempre.
Good evening. I'm David Fisher, First Vice President of the Sacramento City Teachers Association. Nikki is on a these are vacation. Well, this is the last school board meeting of the 2023-2024 school year, and as you all are well aware, we've finished our last instructional day, and we want to acknowledge how different and how constructive this year has been from the previous 7 or so years. We want to give credit to the supermajority of the school board, and particularly Superintendent Allen, for leading that change. We also want to acknowledge the huge shift in cooperation almost uniformly throughout the district. Just this past week, for example, we worked out a framework for the 3 pre-service professional learning days with the academic office well in advance of the scheduled August days. In doing so, we were able to bring Sac State into the discussion, further reinforcing the connections among SUSD, SCTA, and Sac State. It has been greatly encouraging to see how quickly a shift can occur from confrontation to cooperation. But as you know, now the hard work begins. Because of this new sense of hope, we've got some very real solutions and very real problems to solve. Operational challenges that have hindered the district for years, making sure that people get paid on time, for example, providing high-quality professional development, creating a supportive environment for students and educators at school sites, including prioritizing district spending in those areas that will have the greatest impact on improving students' learning conditions. No place are these operational challenges more impacted than in special education. As we have all seen, the Sacramento County Grand Jury released another scathing indictment captured by the report's first sentence, quote, "Sacramento City Unified School District deserves an F for not meeting the needs of students with learning, physical, and behavioral disabilities," end quote. Even the report's title is not subtle. Quote, "Sacramento City Unified School District fails its most vulnerable students," end quote. Coming shortly after the shocking letter from the California Department of Education, the grand jury report is only the latest demand for action from the district. Former Superintendent Aguilar, with the support of the school board in existence at that time, clearly turned a blind eye to the needs of the students with disabilities. The supermajority of this board, along with this administration, no longer have the luxury. The district has run out of second, third, and fourth chances. For years, during Aguilar's time here, we tried to call attention to the crisis in special education. And like others, when we were rebuffed, we took legal action and collective action against the district at the time. The deadlines have passed. Now is the moment for the district to work with us and other stakeholders to begin the daunting task of addressing how best to provide the quality of instruction that Sac City's 7,000 students with disabilities, like all the students in the districts, deserve. Thank you. Now I'd like to cede my time to Jason Burke from our special education, SCTA Special Education Director.
Welcome, Jason.
Thank you. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Jason Burke. I've been with the district since 2003 in one capacity or another, and I'll be returning to the much-needed behavior intervention specialist position in the fall. We got 15 positions that we negotiated for, and that's going to be really helpful for our students. As Mr. Fisher said, I am also the special ed rep for SCTA, the recent CDE letter and grand jury report is highly concerning for our special educators. However, we're confident under the leadership of Assistant Superintendent of Innovation and Learning, Ms. Thomas, and have full faith in her ability to get the district back on track, despite the fact that we're still having some members of the old style of leadership continue to blame classroom educators for their own shortcomings. Now the work has to begin. It's a long road, but I know how committed the special education staff and SCTA are to give our students the highest possible education they all deserve. We need, not want, we need to work with all stakeholders. That includes teachers, administrators, service providers, students, and parents in a collaborative manner. We also look forward to working with the CDE-appointed oversight person that we have to pay for to right the ship. I want to say thank you for your time and support of our special education students and staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a couple more minutes. I just want to acknowledge, change subject for a second. We were just pleased to see that 9.2. I know it's on the agenda, but I'll speak about it now. The retirees, honoring the retirees. I don't recall that being on previous. Maybe it was. I just didn't recall that Dr. Smith-Simmons is doing that this evening. Very pleased. And having been in the district for 28 years, I know someday, somehow, I guess I am a future retiree, but as we all are, we're just all pleased to see that. And we also honor our hardworking teachers and those of us that have been here a lot of years, we'll get there someday, but congratulations to all the retirees and appreciate Dr. Smith-Simmons putting that on agenda tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna go to our next employee organization report groups: SEIU, TCS, Teamsters, UPE. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and go to 8.2, District Advisory Committees. The SAC, Student Advisory Council, we're gonna wait till, okay, beautiful. The CAC. District English Learner Advisory Committee. LCAP Parent Committee. Beautiful, okay. BAAB. Welcome, Terrence.
I'm gonna try to be brief. We were the first to give you guys an F. So I hope that you guys don't respond to, an F in the media. You guys still have a debt to us and the scholars we represent. It was over a month ago that I stood before you guys on behalf of our organization and presented our presentation, and yet I still have not heard from you guys as a body what your priority is. So I'm going to cede my time. I believe that on the information item you guys can have discussion, and I will not leave this podium until I have some answers. And if you guys need to remove me, then call the officer right now because I'm not leaving.
Terrence, we actually can't actually comment on that in this section, but promise to get back to you on this very fast.
Well, since we sell,
we can give you your time, but afterwards.
No, but I mean, a month is far too long. Generations are far too long. So
you do understand we have no officers here, right?
there's a safety officer.
Okay.
But I'm not. This is unacceptable. It's over a month. I came before you guys last time and asked your priorities. I've had staff that have approached me with a willingness to meet. We met with SCT. I have not heard anything from a school board member. You guys represent the community, so where are our answers? Where are the answers for Black students? We celebrate Juneteenth. You guys have things on your social media about going to events in the community. We just had Black History Month, and we had a resolution, and all these things are being celebrated, but there's no action. That is unacceptable. Look at the numbers. They're going to look like they did the previous year. Look at the LCAP. In the LCAP, you guys have mismatched data around A through G performances and outcomes for Black students from the resolution that you passed in February. As an LCAP PAC member, we had 45 minutes to review the document. We did not leave with the hard copy. We got it with the public. That's the business you guys are standing on, or that's the lack of business. So where are the answers for our Black students? I'll cede my time to you guys. I'm not leaving this podium. So whatever you guys need to do, we can hold the meeting up. I don't want to disrespect people's time, but I also don't want to disrespect our students. So it's whatever.
We'll give you your time, Terrence, and then we'll move on to the next folks, and then we'll get in touch with you. Okay, thank you, Terrence. We'll be in touch. We're going to move on to the Community Schools Advisory Committee, if they're here. No? American Indian Education Program Parent Committee. They're not here? Okay, we're going to move to 9.1. As we move to 9.1, we have the speaker come up. Terrence, I ask you to have a seat. If Terrence does not have a seat, please escort Terrence and have a conversation with him. I understand that's what he would like, but we have to continue the business of the district as well. We will get in touch with you, Terrence.
Our students are the business of the district.
I appreciate that, Terrence. 9.1, can 9.1 please come up?
You keep passing it over, so.
9.1, item 9.1, recognition outgoing student board member. We have an outgoing board member here real quick. So, can we please remove Mr. Gladney. We appreciate you, Mr. Gladney, and it's important stuff you're talking about. We do have to continue the meeting. Mr. Gladney, he's not going to physically move you, but he is here to ask you to move aside.
I can't stand here and say I'm before the students and then have to go back to the same outcomes. Not acceptable.
I understand that, Mr. Gladney, but you can't hold up the whole
there will be
movie.
action.
Mr. Gladney, we're asking you. Come on, man.
What's serious enough for you guys to take action? Words have continued to happen at this dais, back and forth conversation. You guys let things kind of die down like the sun setting. And then you guys wait till the next day and hope that time passes. And it's not acceptable. I can't go to the same students that I claim to serve and go back with the same lack of action and decisions. Not okay. And if you guys can do that, I told you guys before, that's why I don't want to sit on that side of the dais. I have to be accountable every day when I go back. If I say I'm representing my son that's not here on earth anymore, any of the students that I serve, any of the athletes that I just coached and left from the track, I have to go back with something.
Mr. Gladney, look, man, I understand how you feel. We also have multiple things on this agenda that is highly important to making sure that we are impacting our young people. This is important as well. But we also have multiple things today that we actually have to get through today. We don't want to move you in this type of way, but we do have to get to the business that we're here to complete.
Get to it then.
You can't do it with you here, standing there.
Then solve that problem.
In which way? Terrence, you're the only person. Terrence, you're the only person that can move you. This guy here is not going to physically move you. He's not the police. He's security.
You guys call the police on our students?
And you understand that clearly. You understand it clearly.
Talking about SROs up here? I don't understand that. I understand that you guys have discussions on other information items,
this is what we'll do.
And other ones aren't acceptable.
We can't move Terrence.
6 other community groups
But
didn't
Terrence,
speak.
you're
That's
totally
18
out of
minutes.
line.
I feel like you guys could make a motion to have a conversation. 6 community groups did not come up here and use their 3 minutes. That's 18 minutes if my math is still correct.
Terrence.
You guys can have a conversation at least.
That's not how this goes, Terrence. And you actively,
By
Terrence,
choice.
you actively
Other
know.
information items have discussion. And
Terrence,
you guys have the
you
ability to
actively
change
know that nobody can move you and that nobody's going to move you, and you're standing here to make a statement.
I don't know that.
But nobody's physically moving you, Terrence.
Nobody's physically moving outcomes for our students.
So
either.
also, what we're not gonna do, I'm gonna let you stand there. You can move him when he can. You can hold the meeting, Terrence. This is gonna be a whole nother conversation about how you interact in this way, because this here, I do understand that you're upset, and do understand that you want things moving, but at the same time,
Don't speak.
you're holding
I'm
up.
not upset. I'm
You're holding
disappointed.
up. You're holding up a
Sad.
whole
It's
the whole
horrific.
meeting.
You guys should be
So
equally
from this
upset, but
point,
you guys seem to be
we-
okay
we
with
can
it.
stand here together and just look at each other.
We're not standing together.
We're looking at each other, and that's your choice.
Time is what it is, right? We don't get this moment in time back tomorrow. You guys are okay with our students not having meaningful. That doesn't tell me that you understand what I'm feeling. Because I see those students as first graders, kindergartners, second graders, I see them as adults. I'm not okay with failure. To have a conversation and inject something off the
But
agenda.
you also can't force a conversation.
It's not. I'm not on that side of the dais.
Mr. Gladney, the board cannot take action on this item tonight. You asked for action. They cannot take action on this. At most,
We do apologize to the public while we figure this out. Thank you guys for your patience as we have the meeting. To our young people who are here that are going to present, thank you for your patience. So, Ray, I appreciate what you're doing. You can stay right there too as well. So once again, this is when I told you, Terrence, earlier that we will get back to you. It was with the intent of having an agenda item on this topic to have a more robust conversation with the full board. You're sitting there in protest. That's what the intent, what we're trying to do, which we can do, but it has to be agendized. And I'm willing to agendize the item. That's as much as I can do for you today, to let you know, even if that was the intent when I said we'll get back to you.
Okay, well, that's a little, well, not a little bit, that's a lot more clear. Are you saying you're going to agendize it tonight or at the next meeting?
No, it's not agendized tonight. We can't agendize it tonight, but we're going to try to agendize it in the first two meetings in August when we come back.
I don't want you to try. I want you to say that you're going to have
I just said that to you. I just said it to you. I just said we're going to agendize the item. That was the intent when we first talked to you.
You're going to agendize it for what meeting?
It wasn't one of the first two in August.
And what is it that you're going to agendize?
This conversation.
Which conversation?
Around our four. No. Around our four. Hey, wait. Very clearly, we're going to agendize the item of our four top things from what you guys presented when you guys presented last time. This is already going to be something we're going to agendize. This is just literally the timeline of agendizing things. You are holding up the whole meeting on things that we want to talk about. We just can't talk about it today in this function. So I'm asking you, with that knowledge, if you can step aside. The record is there. Ms. Jennings, we just held up a lot of the meeting. The applause was warranted. What this man is talking about is very serious for us. But know that the meeting didn't need to be held up and our students set aside and waiting when we literally are going to apply it. And I called you out, Ms. Jennings, just because I know you and you're clapping. So I just want to be very clear. We do support Terrence. Not in the way that he came up today in the same function, but we do support that man and the work that he's doing. But I just wanted to call out because you're clapping. Yes for him, but we have to get the meeting going. All right, so item 9.1, we're going to recognition of outgoing student board member. That's an interesting way to go into this, but we have a board member here who, as a student board member, who is not going to be on the board any longer. This is her last meeting, and so I want to give an opportunity for Member Segura to say a couple of words, and for our colleagues to also say a couple of words. Ms. Segura?
Okay, so I have been with SAC for the past 2 school years. And this was, of course, my first year of being on the board, and I have really appreciated all of the opportunities that have been brought to me through it. Being able to voice for the students in our district, the over 40,000 students that are in our district, it's been really incredible to watch the growth that everybody has taken and how much that you all listen to me and take into account my voice and the perspectives that are brought from the youth. I really appreciate how much you appreciate us coming in, especially when SAC's presented. I've seen such a difference in how we've been perceived by the board from this year versus last year when there were other contentions regarding some superintendents. We've really seen a growth there, especially want to thank Lisa Allen for how much has been done and how much growth has been shown. So I've really appreciated this position. I'm glad that I was able to be a part of it, and I wish a lot of luck and good grace onto next year's student board member who is in our audience right now. I know that she's going to do amazing. I've seen how hard that she's worked and how passionate she is about their role. So I'm really excited to see what comes from that. Thank you, guys.
So the beautiful thing is we have an opportunity before my colleagues hop in for any public comment on the topic. So
there is none.
There's none. Okay. With that, my colleagues, if you want to hop in. Okay, Member Villa.
I just want to say thank you so much for sharing your insight this last year. There were so many things that you highlighted that in being a student, I don't necessarily see, and those are the voices that this board needs to hear and our community needs to hear. I loved sitting behind you at graduation. I'm so proud of you, and good luck on everything that you do in the future. You can always come back if you ever want to give us advice on anything.
Wonderful. Member Pritchett.
This time of year really makes me sad. I just want to say that, you've really found your voice this year, and from the time that you first took the seat. And I just want you to know how much I appreciate the student voice that you brought to this dais. And I'm really looking forward to see what you achieve when you leave this district. And I hope you keep in touch with all of us so we know.
Okay, do we have any other my board colleagues who have anything for Member Segura? Okay, so we also have something for you as a board. Oh, I'm tripping. I thought it opens up. It doesn't open up that way. Sorry, I'm not good at opening gifts. Hold up. Slide. Okay, slide. So we have a gift for you. For all the hard work that you've done on the board, the late nights, hard conversations, and always being willing to tell adults in the space hard truths from a youth perspective, and even the things that you guys are bringing forward today around policies that need to be implemented that can better outcomes for our young people and their lived experiences at school sites. That's also the work that you and your colleagues are doing on the SSA, and then we really are appreciative, and I hope that shows a small token of how we feel about your time on the board.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Item 9.2, we're going to have recognition of the 2023-24 Sac City Unified School District retirees. Welcome.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Allen. I am Tiffany Smith-Simmons, and tonight we honor over 100 retirees who have served a combined 2,629 years in the Sacramento City Unified School District. A huge thank you to these retirees for their many years of dedication and unwavering commitment to education of the students of our district. We wish them well and the best as they embark on their new adventures in their much-deserved retirement. As noted, these retirees that we will see in a moment have sent a note intending on their separation or have already separated from July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024. Please join me as we celebrate our retirees. And as noted earlier this evening, tonight is the first time in many years that we've invited retirees to join us at a board meeting. We did hear, we invited them to join us tonight and send words of appreciation or words of reflection. And we did hear that Jody Bone was planning to join us. I'm sorry, I didn't see her. Oh, please come, please. So I'm gonna just paraphrase it, okay?
Yeah.
So I appreciated what she sent in because she and I are very much the same. She was a student in this district and she has served over 35 years. Over 35, but 39,
Yeah.
I'm not there yet. I'll get there, but I was a student in this district. And in what she wrote, she said that she woke up every morning since 1966 and went to a school in our district. And I just want to say thank you for your dedication. We have a pen for you.
Thank you.
And we have a certificate. And it says, congratulations on your well-deserved retirement, awarded to Jody Bone for 39 years of brilliant service. Retirement is a time for looking back with admiration and looking forward with anticipation. Signed by our superintendent.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You.
And finally, I just would like to you all to know that we've invited all of our retirees to join us next week on Thursday for an afternoon of sweet treats at our annual ice cream social. Thank you.
We have to see, do you have any public comment on this topic?
We do not.
We do not. Do we have any board comment on the topic? Congratulations from the board. 39 years is amazing. That is my age. That's how old I am. So I appreciate the work that you've done, and congratulations on retirement. Thank you. Okay. Oh, we have one. I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Member Pritchett, I apologize.
I just wanted to say that Ms. Bone is going to be sorely missed at Golden Empire.
Beautiful. Okay, so now we're gonna go to 9.3, and then we're gonna Dr. Olga Centello.
Hi, good evening, Superintendent Allen and members of the board. My name is Dr. Sims, and I'm the Director for Multilingual Literacy. And tonight, I am accompanied by this wonderful woman, Taiwanda Walker, a colleague in the Multilingual Department, training specialist, and also coordinator for the ELD Teacher of the Year. We wanted to uplift the work of our teachers, our wonderful teachers across the district, and two were nominated, and tonight, we have one of them present here tonight. So, take it away.
Okay, do I tell somebody to go to the next slide? Okay. So basically, our criteria was simple. You just needed to teach emergent bilinguals, and we didn't want to have any restrictions on a minimum teaching requirement as the Teacher of the Year does, because we wanted to open it up to more people. So basically, people were nominated, they submitted an application, we reviewed the essays, then we went to do observations, and then the team made a decision after the observations. Next slide. Yeah. So the highlights with the teacher, our elementary winner, which is the Veronica Avalar, which she is not here right now. I'm so sad that she's not here. But one of the things that I wanted to highlight about her is that she was really intent on making sure that the language, when the kids were doing math explanations, was very clear. And she did some work with the math training specialist to make sure that she was doing that work. That work that was done in her classroom around what we call metalinguistic awareness in constructing a math argument or a math explanation is actually going to be highlighted in a UC Davis math conference in December. So that work that we did with her is gonna really move forward. So we're just excited about that, but just very intentional about making sure that the language of math and that the language in the explanation was explicit for students. So it was just excellent. And then, next slide. um, Maria Lyles, who was our secondary winner. I was just flabbergasted when I went into her classroom to observe, because she did something that I haven't seen a lot of teachers do. A lot of times when they have newcomers come in, they try to lower the content so that the students have access, but she did something very opposite. She left the content high and she pulled up a strategy. So she used rebuses with a Langston Hughes poem in her classroom, and I was like, oh my goodness. Like, it was just fantastic. Like, I have never seen a teacher pull a strategy up. They usually try to pull the content down. So that was just amazing to see. So that is one of the reasons why she was chosen for Secondary Teacher of the Year as well. Just very, very intent about being specific about the language. And she had, and I must say this, she had two newcomers, that were there for 3 days and had already mastered the alphabet. Amazing. So congratulations to both of the winners. I'm really excited about the work that they were doing. Very phenomenal teachers in our district. Thank you so much.
Did you want to say anything?
I was going to say, we still
Yes, just thank you so much to my director, the program, and the support, and also my principal, and also the support I have from peer tutors and the school staff, and I love doing what I do. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. Do we have any public comment on topic?
We do not.
Okay, any of my colleagues? Okay, seeing that there's no comments, thank you so much and congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna go to some amazing stuff. Item 9.4, something that we weren't able to go over last week, but we were able to go over this week. So thank you guys so much for coming back up. Oh, wow. It's a bigger group than I thought. Okay, item 9.4.
Okay, so this has been a resolution we've been working on for 2 years, headlined by the 2022 to 2023 SAC cohort based off of both personal experience and experiences brought to head based off of the district-wide survey of the time. It was unfortunately pulled from last year's presentation, but since then we have revised and collaborated with the proper channels alongside the LGBTQ Connect Center and facilities to the best of our abilities in order to ensure that this could be brought to you today. And we couldn't be more excited for these 2 years to finally come to a head. Now with that, I will pass the mic over to Haley, Karen, and Justine to present the resolution.
Okay. Whereas Board Policy 5145.31 states, if a transgender or gender nonconforming student or the student's parent or guardian provides notice to the school's officials of a desire to use a gender-neutral or more private restroom, the school shall take steps to provide a reasonable option for the student, which may include but is not limited to providing the student access to gender-neutral restroom facilities or a single-stall restroom. Transgender or non-gender nonconforming students shall not be asked to provide a reason or justification for their request. Whereas Senate Bill number 760 states that on or before July 1st, 2026, each school district, county office of education, and charter school, including charter schools operating in a school district facility maintaining any combination of classes from grades 1 to 12, inclusive, to provide and maintain at least one all-gender restroom for voluntary pupil use at each of its school sites that meet the specified criteria. Whereas Assembly Bill 1266, the School Success and Opportunity Act, allows Sacramento City Unified School District students to access facilities and programs that correspond to their gender identity and provides a statutory right for a student to use the relevant facilities based solely upon gender identity. Whereas California Education Code Section 35292.5 states that every restroom in a public and private school maintaining any combination of classes from kindergarten to grade 12 inclusive shall at all times be maintained and cleaned regularly, fully operational and stocked at all times with toilet paper, soap, and paper paper towels or functional hand dryers, that the schools shall keep all restrooms open during school hours when pupils are not in class and shall keep a sufficient number of restrooms open during school hours when pupils are in classes.
Whereas California Education Code Section 35292.5 under the section Gender Neutral Restrooms states that each school district's grade 1 to 12 schools must provide and maintain at least one gender neutral restroom for pupil use that meets the following requirements. 1, has signage identifying the bathroom facility as being open to all genders in conformity with Title 24 of the California Code of Regulations. 2, is available for pupil use, consistent with the requirements of Subdivision A, as unlocked, unobstructed, easily accessible by any pupil, and consistent with the existing pupil access to sex-segregated restrooms. 3, is consistent with the requirements pursuant to Section 35292.6, and 4, is available during school hours and school functions when pupils are present. Whereas California Code of Regulations Title 5, Section 14030F4 requires that restrooms are conveniently located, require minimum supervision, and to the extent possible, are easily accessible from playground and classrooms. Whereas California Education Code 35292.6, Menstrual Equality for All Act of 2021, requires that all public schools stock the school restroom at all time with adequate supply of menstrual products, tampons and pads available and accessible free of cost in all women's restrooms, in gender-neutral restrooms, and in at least one men's restroom. Now, therefore, be it resolved that there be at least one gender-neutral restroom accessible in a student-centered location intended primarily for student use at all SUSD school sites by July 1st, 2026 in alignment with Senate Bill number 760. Be it further resolved that Facility Support Services will develop a plan to have additional restrooms of the same accessibility added to school sites based on student enrollment ratios by July 1st, 2027, with priority given to sites with 1,000 or more students enrolled, and be it further resolved that restrooms installed will begin with an initial cohort of 13 schools representing elementary, K through 8, middle, and high schools, based on a cohort determined by the LGBTQ+ services program, and facility support services with additions recommended by the Student Advisory Council, tentatively including the sites of A.M. Wynn Elementary, Ethel Phillips Elementary, Theodore Judah Elementary, Genevieve Didion K through 8, Rosa Parks K through 8, Umoja International Academy, Sam Brannan Middle School, John F. Kennedy High School, Luther Burbank High School, George Washington Carver High School, C.K. McClatchy High School, Rosemont High School, and Hiram Johnson High School.
And be it further resolved that the Sacramento City Unified Board of Education requests the following actions to address the lack of inclusive and accessible restroom facilities. 1, the established task force under LGBTQ+ support services collaborates with Youth Development Support Services with additional membership composed of representation from facilities, Student Support Health Services, and the Student Advisory Council. And 2, SUSD facilities collaborates with the school site councils to confirm access to at least one gender-neutral restroom or devise a plan by June 30 of 2025 outlining the creation development of at least one gender-neutral restroom accessible in a student-centered location on all SUSD campuses. And 3, the task force will recommend site priorities and the appropriate allocated cost per site, per restroom as funding becomes available following the initial rollout of Cohort 1. And 4, if restroom locations with equitable accessibility have yet to be determined, the task force will consult the school site council at each high school council to best determine the location for these restrooms that ensure ease of accessibility to students on campus. And 5, the task force should be included in the accountability process to ensure that this project is completed within the described timeline and will continue to survey students about the accessibility and quality of their gender-neutral restrooms. And 6, the task force should present tri-annual updates on restroom installments to the Board of Education as an information-only item during the planning and execution process. And be it further resolved that the SUSD Board of Education, in collaboration with the facilities, ensures that these restrooms be fully resourced and regularly restocked with necessary items like toilet paper, seat covers, soap, menstrual products, tampons and pads, hand dryers, and paper towels. And be it further resolved that new gender-neutral restrooms will be constructed with locking mechanisms that allow open student access without assistance from staff as budgets and design specifications become available. Furthermore, facility support services will update the locking mechanisms of already existing gender-neutral restrooms. And be it further resolved that once locking mechanisms are updated, these restrooms are unlocked during school and expanded learning hours and easily accessible and conveniently located for students, especially those with disabilities, without needing assistance or a key from a campus worker to access them. These restrooms must be located in high-traffic student areas that are accessible to use within allotted restroom time limits at campus. And be it finally resolved that in consideration for the safety, comfort, and overall well-being of LGBTQ+ students, as well as K-12 students within the Sacramento City Unified School District, this project will be prioritized at the utmost importance.
Thank you.
We'll take any questions that you guys have.
Okay, first we're going to see if there's any public comment on this topic.
We do have two speakers on this topic, Alina Mendoza and Renee Webster Hawkins.
Okay.
Hi, board. My name is Alina Mendoza. I use they, she pronouns, and I'm a community educator and youth advocate with Weave Inc. in Sacramento. Weave Inc. is Sacramento's primary provider of domestic violence services and its sole rape crisis center here in our county. Our main mission is to promote safe and healthy relationships and support survivors of sexual assault, relationship violence, and sex trafficking. We're commenting on this agenda item because our long-lasting partnership with Sac City Unified School District, which myself, I am embedded at 3 school sites here in our district. We span decades in this collaboration where we're rooted in transforming attitudes and norms, creating safe spaces where students can thrive, and empowering youth to be agents of change in their community. As we saw from all of these great youth leaders, we see them being agents of change in their community. Weave stands with this resolution and strongly urges the board to approve because we know that our transgender and gender nonconforming students deserve unrestricted access to inclusive and equitable restrooms that prioritize safety, comfort, and overall well-being. This resolution is a tangible opportunity for Sacramento City Unified School District to illustrate their commitment to being a safe haven and continue supporting fundamental rights of our LGBTQ+ students. Thank you.
Welcome, Renee. Oh, welcome back.
Good evening again, members of the board, superintendent, and fabulous Student Advisory Council. And so my first thanks is to you, Member Segura, and the rest of the council for bringing forward this really important resolution. I'm in full support of it. And as you pointed out, this is a matter of the highest public safety and mental health. We talk about making our campuses welcoming and safe. And going to the bathroom somewhere where you feel welcome and safe is probably a core element of that. We talk about reversing the chronic absenteeism. Going to school where you feel safe, including safe relieving yourself, is essential. Could you, any of us, imagine going to work for 8 hours a day and not being able to go to the bathroom in a place where you feel safe physically or mentally or emotionally? So thank you for this advocacy. You're light years ahead of the state government right now. I work in a high-rise building, opened 2 years ago. It's beautiful in every respect, except that on all 17 floors, there's a sign that says gender-neutral bathrooms on the first floor. Not only on the first floor, but before you go through security. So the public uses those bathrooms, and of course the Department of General Services kind of wrings their hands and doesn't know what to do about it. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for looking out for the well-being of all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other public comment?
We do not.
Okay, so we're going to go to board comment, and we have one in the queue, Member Gina.
Hi.
I really appreciate the thorough research. This first page just being covered with policies and assembly bills and ed code. It's just, I really appreciate the work and the due diligence it takes to put something like that together. It really clarifies the rights and the responsibilities of all of us in the educational system around this. And I think that's wonderful. I also do appreciate the advocacy. The idea that we're debating or discussing access to bathrooms is baffling, right? Like that's just a human need that all of us should have access to at all times. There are a lot of stakeholders that are going to be impacted by this resolution. Have all of them been brought into conversations around this?
Could you clarify what you mean?
So I'm noticing under the Be For It Resolved on the second page, it talks about the LGBTQ support services, the youth development support services, facilities, student support health services. I'm also just thinking about every single school site. We talk about, I think janitors is in the next one. But it's just, there's a lot of moving parts. And I'm always hesitant to pass something that people are going to be surprised the board is now expecting because they haven't been a part of the development of this. So do we feel that we've invited everyone to be a part of the development of this and we're ready to make this happen? So we're not just giving a nod to something, we're putting our commitment behind action we are confident we can do.
So in regards to the 13 cohorts, the schools sites, most of them, aside from I believe 2, have already been in contact with LGBTQ support services because this is already a rolling cohort that they have developed and have been working with for a while. So with that, I can invite one of you guys up to talk about that.
Good evening. My name is Shanice Hendricks. Pronouns are she, her, sis. I am the coordinator of our district's LGBTQ support services. So 11 of the 13 sites, we have met with them in the last 2 weeks, each principal and the IASs, to identify a restroom on campus to transition into a student access all gender restroom, and they have all been very collaborative. Without the 2 that the SAC have recommended, that will be on our agenda first week back to get in communication with those principals as well. I don't think that it will be a challenge because I can be a charming person. But we have also collaborated with facilities. They have gotten the locks to transition those staff restrooms into an all-gender restroom for student access, and we are working on signage and all the things to make sure those things are ready for first day of school.
Excellent. I really appreciate hearing that because part of the being a teacher myself on a high school campus where we've had a lot of vandalism in our bathrooms and have been dealing with the issues that you guys have been bringing forward, there's just so many safety concerns and there's so many barriers and there's a lack of just adult bodies to be able to manage safety. And so I wanted to make sure that these school sites were aware of what this would be and that they would get the resources they need to be successful in this, not just feel like it was one more thing we have to try to do and not succeed at.
And a lot of the school sites that we have identified for cohort 1 were already giving access to students, but now it's just more centered where the students are instead of like the front office or whatever was convenient. Yeah. It's more convenient for student access, and so we're really excited about that.
Appreciate that. Number 6 on the top of page 3, it talks about triannual updates. I was just curious why we picked 3 updates a year.
We mostly picked that number just so it wouldn't be a very rare occurrence, but also we recognize that they can be a bit time consuming. It can also take a while and feel like a lot when these updates are consistently coming. So we wanted to pick a number that would be most doable for the cohort or to present with, but we won't just be like lost.
And I'm appreciate both of those. I'm concerned triennials a lot. Our budget, our agenda gets full really, really fast. And when I think about the process of staff putting together the presentation and gathering the data and then doing all that and doing that 3 times a year, that just, I'm not a big fan of committing to something we're not going to be able to do. And I do have concerns about our agenda getting crunched with time. Would it be possible for it? Is it possible for this to be like our update is a BC as opposed to an agenda item? Is there any clarity on that here? Would that be up to the board to be on how we get that information? Because if it's an information only and we got it in a board communication, I have no problem getting that 3 times a year, but I'm concerned about our agendizing of it.
Go ahead.
So we can absolutely transition that to an information-only item. However, before final decisions are made, I do want to emphasize that it's a student-led, student-run org. And so as the adult in the space, I want to confirm with the students that they're okay with that becoming an information-only item. Originally, their goal was to have transparency and just recognizing that it's a really tight timeline. Again, that timeline is coming down from Senate Bill 760, so it's going to be law. So they really wanted to be able to have those updates provided because it's such a short turnaround. So that was kind of the reasoning behind that. But in terms of transitioning it to an info-only item, I want to make sure that the students are all on board with that.
So thank you. First off, this would be a 1-year thing. Okay, I was assuming it was going to be 3 times a year for ongoing. Okay, 1 year because we have that timeline. Okay, I have less of a concern with that. And I really appreciate you advocating for student voice in that decision. All right, my last one, when you guys were presenting last board meeting, I was really processing a lot of what you were saying. And as a teacher, processing my own frustrations with what bathrooms have become on campuses in a way that none of us want them to be. I really appreciate you bringing this forward to all the adults and the work we need to do on this. Have you considered putting together a student campaign around bathrooms on your school sites and the need for students to take responsibility and ownership, and perhaps creating whatever campaign you guys think would actually work, just to encourage students to say bathrooms need to be a neutral space and a respected space and a safe space for all? Because while adults need to do their job too, it's generally the misbehaving students that are causing those problems, which is like 3% of the student population. And as adults, I don't want to just put it on, we need an adult standing there to monitor it, right? Like, how do we encourage all of us to be a part of this solution?
Just for clarification, we do have 2 resolutions tonight. This is solely on gender-neutral bathrooms, but the next resolution that we have that we're going to be presenting to you is on the hygiene of the bathroom, which will be addressing exactly that.
Excellent.
So we can touch a bit on that more, where that is also a concern of the fact that, yes, it is a lot of student issue, but there's also an issue of these things that are being broken were broken at the beginning of the year, and it's been months and months, and they still haven't been fixed.
And the adults aren't doing their job, which I fully recognize.
Right.
Yes.
So we'll touch on that more for the next
Great.
resolution.
And thank you. I forgot my brain was trying to keep these separate. All right. That concludes all my questions. And again, thank you for all your work. I'm really excited about this.
Thank you, Member Jean. And we also have Member Pritchett.
Thank you. I just want to say fantastic job on putting this together. Like my colleague just said, you guys really put a lot of work into this, and it shows. I really appreciate you also working with our team, our staff on this. So thank you all as well. Working with our students. I love the cross on all of this. If there's nobody else in the queue, I'd like to move this.
Okay, we have a motion by Member Pritchett. Is there a second? A second. And then we'll do a roll call vote.
Member Jean.
Student
preference. Wait. See, I was looking, I was like, where'd she go? She's right here. So you're going to present and vote on the item. All right. Student preferential.
Aye.
All right. Member Jean.
Aye.
Member Pritchett.
Aye.
Member Rhodes.
Aye.
Member Villa.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes with 1 member absent. No, 3. 3 members absent. 3 members absent. Okay, welcome back.
This year, the SAC conducted a survey regarding campus hygiene and concluded that SUSD's campuses are extremely unhygienic. Students reported that their bathroom lacked basic necessities. Several students reported extreme conditions, including feces on the bathroom wall. Another student from SES described their restroom as, quote, terrible and rancid. Only 11.8% of survey respondents felt that the restrooms were of standard or high quality, and 51% of students stated that their restroom cleanliness impacts their daily performance. The specific areas of concern highlighted by responses include a lack of supplies, a lack of soap, paper towels, and toilet paper, a lack of general cleanliness, mold, dirt, and toilet water on the floor, menstrual products consistently unavailable, stall locks, and utilities consistently broken. And we would now like to share a video containing live testimonies from a variety of students.
I have this picture,
and these pictures, I just walked into the stall and I just saw those on the floor. And I'm not kidding, I actually almost threw up when I saw those. And like, generally, whenever I need to use the bathroom, I try my best to just hold it. Like, there's been times when my stomach has been hurting, but I'm like, I'm not gonna use the bathroom. Cause like, I've heard of some kids getting like pictures taken of themselves using the bathroom. And like, it's just generally really dirty. And a lot of times when I do try to just like wash my hands, there's like no soap. Like the soap thing is open and like the soap is gone. Paper towels are gone. Things are just all over the place. And yeah, it's just not a comfortable space.
I think it's terrible. And not only that, but bathrooms aren't open very often. So the amount of bathrooms we have access to is super limited. So all the bathrooms are used way too often. And none of the locks work in most bathrooms, and there's never soap or paper towels.
And how do you feel about the supplies available to you?
There aren't a lot of supplies, as I said. There's a lot of soap, paper towels missing, and I think it'd be nice to have feminine hygiene products in bathrooms.
I feel like we could have more feminine products and more hygiene stuff and napkins, because that's what the bathroom is lacking. And also a trash can, yeah.
They're really bad and unhygienic and super gross, and there's never any toilet paper or paper towels.
I think they're kind of disgusting. There's a lot of pee on the ground, a lot of broken urinals, no paper towels, no soap, a few sinks like partially ripped out of the wall, a few stall doors that don't work, a lot of the toilets that don't flush.
We have the pad and tampon dispenser in the bathrooms, but they are never like restocked or stocked in general. It's kind of embarrassing and just not really helpful to have to go to the office and ask them for something when the dispenser is right there, but it's never, yeah.
And sometimes there's just no soap for a long period of time.
Mhm.
Not like it's empty, no one just put anything in there.
Yeah, what did they replace the soap with?
Nothing. There was nothing. There was hand sanitizer on the side, but there was nothing there. I just had to use water and then more hand sanitizer. It wasn't anything.
They're definitely really dirty. I mean, every now and then, like, they'll get somewhat clean, but there's always either trash, there's like food, or there's just like graffiti on the wall, and it's just not clean at all.
How do you feel about the supplies that you have access to in the bathrooms?
I mean, I feel like we're always out of something, whether it be like soap or toilet paper. There's just something that's missing. All right.
I feel like the hygienes of our bathrooms are pretty neglected. The paper towels are never changed, and the feminine hygiene products are also never changed, even though we have a dispenser in the bathroom.
I don't like using the restroom at school because of the state of the bathrooms.
But they can be more clean. They can open them more.
How many bathrooms are open during the school day?
During the day? 2.
I'm trying to pee. I really have to pee like so bad, for real. I need to pee.
Scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate your experience in the bathrooms?
Oh, I don't even go to the bathroom here.
And now we will go
This picture.
And now we will go over the resolution. Whereas California Education Code Section 23592.5 states that every public and private schools maintaining any combination of classes from kindergarten to grade 12 inclusive shall comply with all of these following. 1. Every restroom shall at all times be maintained and cleaned regularly, fully operational, and stocked at all times with menstrual products, toilet paper, soap, a functional sink, and or functional hand dryers. 2. The school shall keep all restrooms open during school hours when people are not in class, and all shall keep all sophisticated number of restrooms open during school hours when people are in class. Whereas California Education Code Section 35292.6 states that every public schools maintaining any combination of classes from grade 3 to 12 inclusive shall stock their schools' restrooms at all times with a adequate supplies of menstrual products available and accessible for free of cost in all women's restroom and gender-neutral restrooms and at least one men's restroom. Whereas California Education Code Section 17070.755 states that the use of funds in the restricted accounts established pursuant to Section 17070.75 shall be to ensure that facilities included but not limited to restrooms, facilities for people are functional and that they meet local hygiene standards generally applicable to public facilities. Whereas SUSD Board Resolution 7110 states that restrooms shall be sophisticated to accommodate the maximum planned enrollment and located on campus to allow for supervision.
Whereas SUSD Board Policy 5030 states that the board seeks to ensure that every school is a safe, clean, and healthy place in which children, staff, and families can learn, work, and engage. 1, the superintendent or designee will ensure that a healthy educational environment, considering both physical and psychological aspects, exists in all facilities. 2, a healthy physical environment includes physical safety, good air, access to fresh, no-cost drinking water throughout the day, and access to restrooms with hot and cold running water, soap, disposable towels, and/or hand dryers, proper trash and sanitary containers, implementation of appropriate cleaning practices, and properly operating heating and ventilation systems are required. Whereas SUSD Board Policy 0200 states that the governing board shall provide for students' educational, personal, and career needs by striving to maintain safe, healthful, and orderly campuses which encourage positive attitudes in students. Whereas a survey conducted by the Student Advisory Council found that only 12.4% of SUSD high school respondents thought that the restrooms were of quality or high quality, and over 51% of students said that the bathroom cleanliness impacts their daily performance.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that in order to ensure the health and safety of students, Sacramento City Unified School District Facility Support Services will ensure that school sites maintain sanitation standards in accordance to California Education Code 35292.5, where every restroom shall at all times be maintained and cleaned regularly. And be it further resolved that SUSD Facility Services will develop a standard for servicing, cleaning, and supplying campus restroom facilities to ensure it is maintained in a clean, sanitary, and serviceable condition in reflection of California Department of Industrial Relations 8397.4. To accomplish this, it is suggested that custodians within the Sacramento City Unified School District regularly update a system for reporting restroom maintenance as determined by the individual school site leaders. And be it further resolved that SUSD Facility Services will report back to the Board of Education each semester regarding the progress of maintaining restroom hygiene and cleanliness, as well as to Student Advisory Council per request of the Council. And be it further resolved that SUSD Facility Services creates district-wide mandated protocols for the frequency at which restrooms are checked, cleaned, and stocked to ensure products such as toilet paper, soap, paper towels, and menstrual products are continuously restocked and bathrooms are operating to a full working standard at all time. And be it further resolved that the Sacramento City Unified School District will develop a system in coordination with individual school sites in order to continuously monitor the state of school restroom facilities and accessible stock of hygiene products, including, but not limited to, toilet paper, toilet seat covers, paper towels, soap, and feminine hygiene products, pads, and tampons. And be it further resolved that all campuses will restock menstrual dispensers twice a week and continuously fix or replace such dispensers if they are broken. And be it further resolved that the Sacramento City Unified School District will be encouraged to employ more custodial staff who will be employed proportionally to school sites based on student population. And be it further resolved that the costs associated with the implementation of this initiative are extraneous due to the nature of this initiative being to ensure precedent standards. And be it finally resolved that the Sacramento City Unified School District recognizes campus hygiene as a major factor in overall wellness for all students. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on this topic?
We do not.
Okay, board, do we have any of my colleagues around this topic as well? Member Pritchett.
Thank you for bringing this resolution. I just want to say to you that I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you have to go to school and deal with that kind of stuff. Watching that video, if I walked into a restroom like that, I have a phobia of public restrooms. I would be disgusted and run out. And that can cause other issues if you're holding from going to the restroom all day long, right? It can cause health issues, right? It's causing learning issues because you're not learning because you have to go to the restroom, right? So I just wanted to say, I'm sorry. Hopefully we can do better. We've got to do better for all of you.
Thank you, Member Pritchett. Member Villa.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to ask again, I know we had talked about it in the last presentation, and I don't want to steal if you have that question, but I just want to know, because she did bring up a good point, you know, the vandalism and the awful school bathrooms, how are we working as a school site with our peers to educate them about doing their job, hopefully, to keep the bathrooms clean? You know, we obviously have work to do on our end as a district with our staff. You know, there's a lot of moving pieces to that, but we just want to make, I mean, I remember when I was in high school and bathrooms get trashed. So what can we do with the student campaign-led program to advocate for your clean bathrooms in your school?
Well, first of all, the SAC, just as we're not at liberty to recommend anything punitive. We can't say that, you know, we should be stricter with who's allowed to go into the bathrooms or anything like that. And we discussed having student campaigns or assemblies at each school, but we just didn't think that they're going to be effective. It comes up a lot when we get into discussions with facilities or with the board about maintaining these bathrooms, about whether or not it's like the student issue, and if we do start cleaning them, are the students just going to come and destroy them again? But I'm wondering myself, do we have a figure? I mean, how often are these students actually like completely trashing a restroom to the point where they can't actually be maintained? Or is that just speculation? Because the restrooms get dirty and they need to be cleaned, but obviously it's students that are making them dirty because it's the students using them. But I mean, there's an aspect of it too, like you don't really have any desire to maintain a space that's clean when it's not clean in the first place. The issue is not that students are destroying the restrooms, it's that these restrooms are never really clean in the first place. And if a student comes in and breaks a lock or puts toilet paper on the floor, that still needs to be cleaned up at some point, and that's never happening.
So you're saying that the bathrooms are never clean?
They're very rarely cleaned, and they're not stocked or maintained.
Okay. That is a lot for me to sit with, because I'm trying to think, okay, if we obviously are short-staffed, we do our best. Not blaming either side, but I just want to see if there's a way, maybe like you did say, if an assembly is a way to encourage your peers, like your own home, like let's take care of our home. This is our school, let's take care of it. I would love to see something like that where we can all work together to fix it, because no one wants to use those bathrooms if you're anyone, adult or someone in school. Doesn't matter. So we want you to have clean spaces. We just want to make sure that what can we do on our end and what can we do to advocate on school sites to keep an eye on each other and take care of your peers.
We could suggest student campaigns at each school site and suggest that schools host an assembly. That could be added, but it's not the only solution.
Yeah, agree. I just want to make sure that we're, all going for that.
And alongside that, with assemblies, that would have to be a discussion with the principals or the organizations within the schools that can hold those. We don't want that to be a forced regulation, especially taking away from school time that those students are going to have to hold hour-long assemblies, because that does have a consistent issue where sometimes these assemblies are being held and they have no impact on the students. So what would be the most effective way to utilize these assemblies? And if so, who would be the stakeholders who would be directly implementing those assemblies? Because also, we are an organization of students. We, a lot of the times, aren't going to have the time management or ability to talk to the thousands of students in front of everybody to hold those assemblies ourselves. So just practicality of it, who would be invited into those spaces was another implementation, like what we considered in not adding that to the resolution. We just wanted to put that out there, and if that needs to be considered further on, that can definitely happen, but it's like you said, a lot of moving parts to be considered on how those would be implemented if they were.
Okay. Yeah, I would just urge all the school site staff to work with the school site staff, the student council to work with the school site staff to make sure that we're collaborating together to ensure that we do have clean bathrooms for you every day.
Yes.
So thank you.
Member Jean.
So in this conversation, I really have like the broken window theory in my head. Are you guys familiar with the broken window theory? It's the idea of once one window is broken and people see that, they don't feel the need to treat anything else well because the window's been broken. Did you know that to clean up crime in New York City 20 or 30 years ago, according to the book Good to Great, they actually decided that not a single metro car would ever go out with any graffiti on it. And that by just doing that, that the minute a car got tagged, it got pulled off and repainted before it went out. By doing that, they reduced all the crime. And so that's why I'm like, okay, a student campaign, what is the power that you guys have to shift how we on our campuses think about our bathrooms too? Yes, and I really appreciate, Member Pritchett, you apologizing, because yes, us adults have not been doing what we need to do, and that's a problem. So thank you for bringing that to us and for advocating. And again, reminding us, I said it in the last one, but the very clear, these are your legal responsibilities in Ed Code and in our own regulations and policies. This is a non-negotiable that needs to happen on our end as adults. And the truth is, the minute something gets broken, if we don't fix it, that broken window theory prevails. And it's on us to fix it. So I am not pushing back on any of this. I'm just really curious, what would it look like as a student? And I'll give you an example. I'm the advisor of our Women's Empowerment Club at my high school. And they decided they wanted to empower females by writing a bunch of really encouraging quotes and posting them all over the bathrooms. And they did that in all of the female bathrooms, including us staff. And it made all of our staff grin, and it made all the girls grin. And the girls' bathrooms got really, really clean through that positive encouragement. Now, I can't speak to the male side of the house. It's just a different animal. And we don't have any males on our team right now. So what that would look like, I honestly don't know. But that was an example of students just thinking of a way to like create a positive experience and environment and empowerment. And I believe so much in your advocacy that I'm curious what your campaigns might look like. I'm not asking you to have an answer now. I'm just really excited to see what work you guys do next year with us as we take care of our side of the house and partner with you on how we can do a better job all around. So thank you so much, and I will move it if there aren't any other comments.
We do have another comment.
Okay, then we'll hear the other comment.
You have another comment. Member Kayada.
So there have been studies on how to keep male restrooms clean and putting like someone's face in a urinal, things like that. It's small stuff, but reminding people, even if it's not like, hey, you need to keep this clean, but people are throwing their hands up at me, you can look it up, this works. Just something to say, hey, you know, like we need to respect this is our space. It's important. I think it was Member Villa or Member Pritchett, but I also would like to apologize because it shouldn't have taken the Student Advisory Council to take this to us. Any of us who've been on any of our campuses know this. I've tried to use the bathroom at one of the schools in my area, and I'm like, there's no toilet paper here, there's no paper towels, there's no pads, there's no menstrual products available. And on that in particular, it really bothers me because especially, if you're a younger girl especially, and you're not comfortable asking for these kind of products, and it's not there in our elementary schools and our junior highs, that can be a girl who's embarrassed for the rest of the day and does not re-engage with her work. And just in the previous resolution and in the previous board's actions around our trans students, these questions may seem small and it may seem like a maintenance issue, but it's much more than that. So I really am glad that we're doing this. And again, I still apologize that it took your action for this to happen. I really hope we take this seriously. I know I've talked many times in the past that resolutions really aren't the way to get things done. They call attention to things, but the real action, it's in our budgets and it's when we work with our labor partners. And I'm hoping that as a board, we remember to bring that forward to make sure that we can enforce the teeth that are in this resolution. And finally, I think there's something that, I've talked to a lot of students about that, and I'm sure there's a reason you didn't put this in here, but it's not just the condition of the restrooms, it's the fact that they're closed all the time. You did say that, but a large reason that they're closed is because kids are vaping in there and it's easier to close them if you can't police them. And I think a lot of the solutions to this is just having more staff to take care of the needs of our students. So it's people who will stock restrooms and make sure they're clean, but it's also enough people to make sure that if someone's vaping, they can move them along so the bathroom stays available rather than just closing it out. So there's 2 bathrooms available at an entire high school campus. That's really not a situation we should be in. Students should not have to be thinking about their bathroom needs when they're in school. They should be thinking about their education. So I know I'm saying stuff that you all have already thought about, but I just wanted to thank you again and to reiterate how important I find this.
And I also will touch really quickly on the closing of the bathrooms. I really appreciate that note. What we've noticed, especially in like the locking, were a lot of preemptive lockings. Some of the students that we would have go in to take the videos that we showed, those bathrooms were locked as early as second period. So these ones, a lot of the times there is a law that says that for the safety of the school or the students, that staff can choose to lock a restroom for that safety course. But a preemptive safety under the hypothetical that it could happen is just taking away more spaces from our students and making it an uncomfortable position for them, especially on our big campuses like JFK, Burbank, Hiram Johnson, when they have to get from one side of the campus to the other in under 7 minutes, and they also need to use the restroom, and their teachers are saying, well, why didn't you go during passing period? It's because they only had one restroom available to them, and it's on the opposite side of campus from where they were going. So that's to that piece. I really appreciate you mentioning that.
Thank you, guys. And then lastly, I think that, Member Kayada pointed to like you guys shouldn't have to have brought this forward to the board. But I personally think as a youth committee, you guys are 100% working inside of your purview and functionality. Big shout out to Vanessa for us like steering this and bringing it forward and working with our young people to move this forward. But this is the type of stuff and things that we love to see from our committees and being able to work on these things for the betterment of our student population. So also, I have a son that goes to SES too, and they also don't use the restrooms. They told me that. I asked them about this and said, hey, what do you think about the restrooms? They're like, oh, we don't use the restrooms. And so it was very real thing. I went to McClatchy High School in the early 2000s, years ago, and we didn't use the restrooms then either. So thank you guys for bringing this forward. I believe we have a motion. A motion and a second. Student preferential. Student board member preferential?
Aye.
Okay. Roll call.
Member Kayada? Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Villa?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you so much. Okay, so strange, early 2000s is like a long time ago now. Wow. Okay, we're going to go to 9.6.
Okay, are
Welcome.
we on?
Floor is yours.
Good
Then
evening. Yeah.
Side note, we are running a little behind our schedule, so I ask that you keep to the time.
We got you.
Thank you so much.
We got you. Hi, everybody, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Allen, everybody. Good to see you all tonight. I am Amanda Goldman, Director of Innovative Schools. I have with me Leslie Locker, who's our attorney from F3 Law. We know this slide. We believe in it. It's very important, but in the interest of time, I'm going to go through it quickly. We're here tonight to give you a little bit of a process update on some items that came to the board's attention back in May, and just in the interest of transparency and the fact that we're really trying to create processes here, we want to make sure you can ask us questions on what's happening, especially in the coming 6 weeks when we won't all really see each other very much over the summer. I'm going to start very briefly by just saying when I was here back in May, I talked to y'all about annual reports, and those are going to be published on our website the first week of July. They're pretty much ready to go, so you will see those coming soon, and I'm not going to say anything else about them for right now, and I'm going to hand things over to Leslie to talk about renewal and some other issues that we have going on.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone.
Renewals are here. So under SB 114 and AB 130, we saw a 3-year pause in terms of receiving charter renewals. So it was in the aftermath of COVID, and it gave everybody a little bit of time to regroup. So we are now seeing our first wave of charter renewals come through for those who have terms expiring on July or June 30th, 2025. And so you'll see here on the slide that there's going to be 3 tiers for renewal. This one? There's going to be a high performing, middle performing, and low performing tier. And those are all based on criteria set out in the Ed Code. But the CDE has also published a list of all the charter schools that are up for renewal and where their tiers are. The vast majority are going to fall under your middle tier or middle performing track. And so there's going to be very specific criteria for a board to consider in terms of whether the charter school is eligible for renewal from an academic standpoint. This is going to include consideration of the state and local indicators on the dashboard, where the school board has to give greater weight to performance on academic measurements. In addition, charter schools have the option, but are not required to submit verified data. And if they do in fact submit it, then the school board is required to consider that. And ultimately, they have the ability to receive a renewal term of 5 years. Sorry, I should have clicked through that. So what we have here is just an anticipated renewal timeline based on a charter renewal or charter petition submission in late June for our independent charter schools. And then we anticipate that the petitions will be submitted a little bit later for those that are your dependent charter schools. This, with respect to the independent charter schools, is based on some recent communications that the district has had with those charter leaders. So without going through each of the dates specifically, I just wanted to show that with the June submission, there's going to be 2 public hearings, and there's also going to be a staff report that's kind of sandwiched in between those with an ultimate determination by the board in or around September 19th. So as you are aware, there had been a series of allegations raised by parents of students who attend St. Hope schools as well as former educators regarding things spanning from the educational program, personnel, governance, fiscal, et cetera. And so based on the allegations that had been presented, this is something where the district is launching an investigation of sorts to ensure a fair process, a fair and transparent process. And the district has to do this to a certain extent because it has a legal duty to oversee the charter schools, including their fiscal condition. And so that's not only to avoid potential liability exposure as the authorizer, but more importantly, it's to protect student interests, to ensure that they have a sound educational program, and to ensure that the monies that they receive are spent prudently and in a fiscally sound manner. So the district has really thought thoughtfully about this in terms of bringing in third parties to conduct a review. And this would be separate from the renewal process, which would, I believe, be overseen by CCAP. So these processes are going to run parallel, but they are going to have some overlap. And that leads to the question of why now? It has taken a bit of time given the receipt of the allegations and the time that was needed to be able to plan an investigation and bring in the third parties. But also we need to do this, one, because the district is the oversight agency responsible for these charter schools ultimately, but also because they are coming up for renewal. And a lot of the outcomes of that investigation are going to play into any potential renewal decision. So I just wanted to briefly touch upon the process and considerations. The district has already issued a request for information and records from the charter school. We in fact received some information, I believe, today. And the process is going to include information from the charter schools as well as a review of publicly available information. And that's all going to be tied directly to those allegations that were brought forward by those parents and educators. The district is going to look at objective data to validate or disprove the allegations. And this information is all very readily accessible by the charter school, things that we can readily obtain. They're maintained in the normal course of business, and that is all going to be part of this third-party review. So after the investigative team conducts the review and conducts any site visits or interviews as needed, they will prepare a report of their findings. And that is going to be the information that the district reviews to determine whether it would be appropriate to issue what we call a notice to cure and correct. This is something that is required if we were to bring forward any type of finding that the charter school is demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement based on fiscal or governance concerns. So this is essentially a form of due process for the charter schools. And it also gives them an opportunity to respond, to present their perspective and their side of the story, which we think is imperative to ensure balance in the process. And they will also have an opportunity to present a corrective action plan to the extent that there are any findings that are identified that show violations of law or violations of the charter, and how they're going to improve upon those practices. So this builds upon one of the prior slides that I had shown, where we blend in the investigation with the renewal. Again, they're going to run on separate tracks, parallel to one another, but there is going to be that overlap. So again, for the independent charters, it's going to show a petition submission in late June, a conclusion of the investigation in early to mid-July, and then by July 26th, if we need to, the district would issue, or the board would issue a notice to cure and correct. So that's going to, based on that third-party review, identify the violations and the corresponding findings, and those are all going to be tied to some type of law or term in the charter or charter policy or agreement for which they may be in violation. And again, to ensure due process and maintain fairness and transparency in this process, there will be a clear opportunity, 30 days or more, for them to cure and correct and present a corrective action plan. So over to the right, you see that you're gonna have your first public hearing, and these all correspond with the regular meeting dates. And then August 26th, if necessary, that would be the deadline for the charter school to provide its response to that notice to cure and correct. And that information will be considered as part of any staff report of findings that would be published before the board were to take action on September 19th as to whether to approve or deny the charter renewal. So there's a lot of what ifs in this process, but what I really want to underscore is that this process is not and cannot be predetermined. It is so imperative to get the charter school's perspective and also to complete the third-party review and investigation so that we have all the facts before us, so that the board has all the facts before it. And so you'll see that these are all color-coded. I'll touch on them briefly because I know we're going to be running low on time. But essentially, if there are no concerns that come out of this investigation, then we would just go ahead and proceed with a very typical renewal process for a middle tier school. And that would make them eligible for renewal. There could be other bases or findings for denial, but that would not be one. In the blue, you see that there could be concerns or significant findings that come out of that investigation, in which case that's the notice process that we talked about. And then the question will be whether the charter school has developed a corrective action plan that includes all the items for which they will work toward remedying any type of violations, or there's the potential for the district to notify the charter school that the violations are sufficiently severe to render it unviable, in which case that would be a basis for denial finding. I'm sorry, I'm a little over. And then finally, there is the possibility in a general context if a charter school is not participatory in the process. Again, we have received the records or some of the records today, so that's great. And so that last one shouldn't be a factor in this process. Take it away.
I'll just leave it there. It's messy. We're in the middle of a messy place, but we hope that through messiness, we get to a better place. And that's all I'll say on that subject. As usual, please, please, please ask us questions. That's what we're here for. We really want to make sure you all, who are the ultimate deciders, can get the information that you need from us as you need it. So,
thank you so much. You guys didn't go that much over. You're fine. Do we have any public comment?
We do. We have two speakers, Lisa Ruda, followed by Cassandra Jennings.
Welcome, Ms. Ruda. How art thou?
Well, good evening, guys. Appreciate your time this evening. My name's Lisa Ruda. I'm the superintendent for St. Hope Public Schools, and I appreciate your time this evening. You've heard from Ms. Goldman, don't know her colleague, but Ms. Goldman and I have worked throughout, almost my 2 years here, and I think if I had to put words in her mouth, she'd probably say we're transparent, we're partners, and we're committed to doing things right. Do want to underscore to you exactly that. We have said from the beginning we will cooperate fully. We ask for an opportunity that's fair, transparent, and full to talk through, to provide evidence of, to submit documentation of the concerns you have. I have to tell you, I am surprised when I see things like extensive allegations, right? Extensive concerns, whether it's parents, whether it's fiscal. I mean, I've only been here 2 hours tonight, and I've heard you fail us time and time again from a parent. Not surprising you got an F in educating students with disabilities, another parent. You owe us $100,000 a vendor. You're okay with sub-rate A through G graduation rates? What are you doing for our Black students? I know there's two sides to every story, but boy, I gotta say, what's being done can't be described as messy. Messy sounds like your restrooms on a good day. This is something more. We appreciate the opportunity to partner. We appreciate your work, but we ask that you also appreciate ours. Thank you.
Ms. Jennings, hello.
Hi, my name is Cassandra Jennings. I'm currently the board chair of the St. Hope Public Schools. I'm a resident of Sacramento, and I have been a longtime supporter and champion of Sac City Unified School District. I am also a member of the African American Advisory Committee. I've been on it for when I was over at the Urban League, and I'm still on it because we have an interest that everybody, every single child, brown, Black, marginalized kids have the opportunity to be successful. I'm here to talk about this item. I hadn't planned to speak, but since I was called out, I thought I should. I appreciate the process that was given a while ago about charter renewal and the update today. My concern is that specifically about the investigation, although I see a parallel track, it's very interesting to me that an item that talks about the process of charter renewal specifically calls out a school and a process of an investigation. That concerns me. I'm also concerned, as Lisa had mentioned, about the extensive allegations and significant. Now, I don't take every recommendation or every allegation we take seriously, but significant, I don't know. We have lots of success and we have lots of opportunities to address issues. In the time I have now, I'm just concerned more about the fairness here. I would hope that we are going to be totally transparent and participate. But I would expect my district, Sac City Unified School District, to be more collaborative with their partners that are out there on the line just like you are, trying to educate our students. It is not messy. It is not messy in my eyes. I will always be fair and transparent, and I would hope that you would do the same to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jennings. Okay, is there any more public comment? Seeing as there is none, colleagues, the floor is yours. We have Tara Jean.
Hi. All right. I'm a little concerned about the timeline. When I'm looking at the fact that we're concluding the investigation in late June and that the board needs to do a notice to cure and correct in July when we're literally, that's when everything's closed. Is there any wiggle room in this timeline?
So the timeline is based on the charter renewal law. And so I'm projecting that based on when I predict that the charter schools will submit their petition. So not really. What we are, I think we said on there, in one place we corrected it to the board, the other to the district, and there are ways that we can get that information to you during that time. But frankly, that's the timeline is coming out of Ed Code. So we are uncomfortable with the timeline also, but it is a little bit out of our hands.
Okay.
And I do want to add one thing, that the timelines are triggered by when the petitioners submit the petition, right? And it's deemed complete. So that's where the control lies in terms of that. That triggers everything. So we have to just wait to see when that comes in. Then we can map out those timelines with more precision.
Okay. Sorry, I have like 3 things and I want to figure out the best order in which to say them. Okay, yep, I'll do this one next. I'm on page 7, and I appreciate you kind of explaining, like, we have 2 layers going on here. We have our 5-year renewal, and then we have this third-party investigation. The third-party review is going to prepare a report of its findings. What's our timeline for our third-party investigation at this point?
Do you want to go back?
Yes, I need to see the picture.
It was on page 7 of our slide deck, but
I think the timeline is
so Leslie and I mapped this out, and we feel with our third-party investigators, they feel confident that they can get us their findings in time for us to turn them around for that deadline. Because really what it comes to is they get us those findings, and then it comes back to us to turn them into a report. And we feel that we could do that. Let's see, I lost it. There it is. And so what we have spoken to our partners is that their goal, their end date is around like July 15th, I think we've said. I don't remember exactly what that date is. So that gives us a week to clear our calendars and turn that work around.
And then by July 26th, we're needing to say these are our issues to cure and correct. Again, I'm really concerned about this timeline because we are... I'll pause there. I'll say it later. Okay, my next question. I was looking at, this one doesn't have it. It's the 23-24 annual report's nearly complete, posted on the website on July. Sorry, no, next slide. Potential to find denial findings by tier. And it looks like, I mean, I appreciate that it's really focusing on academics. How is this data compiled? Who's compiling it? Is it only coming from the dashboard, or are there other layers of it?
It's coming entirely from the dashboard.
Okay, so it's held to the same standards of all educational spaces. There isn't any different between like a charter versus a traditional educational system?
Right, except for that part about verified data. So the way the law is written, and I want to just say one thing about this new law, is that even though it was passed in 2019, this is the first time we are doing it. And we just flew up from the conference of authorizers, and everybody is saying the same thing, like, oh goodness, this is the first time we're doing it. So I just wanted to share that. But so the way the data piece works is the dashboard data is the dashboard data. That's already out. It's available. You can look at it. The tiers are determined by CDE. If the charter school chooses, they can present what's called verified data, which is a very specific formula of other data. Like in this district, we use iReady, we use iExcel, those sorts of things. And there's a way in which they have to present it given the publisher's guidance, et cetera. And if a middle tier school, which all of our schools this year are middle tier, if a school offers that data, you have to consider it. If they don't offer it, then they don't offer it.
Okay.
And again, that's the.
But I just wanted to clarify,
Yeah,
because again, I'm very familiar with the traditional side of the house, and I'm learning a lot about the charter side of the house. All right, going back a slide, this one is kind of coming to the board, but it might kind of be to our superintendent and or you, Amanda, like on the sense of SCUSD. So on that third bullet point where it says notice to cure or correct, if the issues are severe or significant, the author may issue formal notice. Like, have we established any goals or guardrails, things that we are expecting to see? Or is it solely in the hands of this is what Ed Code has said we're supposed to do?
In terms of what is cure and correct, or in terms of other things?
I think my question is all of it.
Okay. So I think the answer to and Leslie might have to jump in. So ed code or the law says sort of these are some of the basics. Where those other pieces should be is in the charter and in our MOUs.
Okay.
Some of that is very outdated. Some of that we are working to update. Some of that we don't have in place, and that's part of the work that I'm engaged in. And in the next year, you should see more about that. For like this initial first year of trying to figure this all out, it's going to be a first pass, and I think then we have to go from there. I'm not sure if I answered your question.
So what I'm hearing or interpreting is we actually have a lot of work we need to do on our side of the house to make sure that we're being a good oversight authorizer. That I am not yet confident we have figured that out for ourselves yet.
I will stand up here and say, nope, we have not figured that out for ourselves yet. And again, just coming from the conference of the other 200 people in the state that do this, I think this is something that a lot of folks are working on. What does it look like, especially under these new laws? What does good authorizing look like? It's something that I'm passionate about figuring out. I will say that we are a way far away better place than we were a year ago. And yes, there is still a lot more work to do.
And then if we go back to page 9, this investigation slide, I really do appreciate you kind of showing us, okay, here's the what if this to this to this. I do appreciate those layers of it. As a traditional educator, there's a lot of stories around charters, and I've wanted to really think through like, what have I heard versus what's actuality, et cetera. And the truth is, when I think back to 1992, when the charter laws first came into California, I think the vision of it was just powerful and amazing. Because as we all know, there are ways in which the comprehensive educational system does not meet the needs of everybody. And so this idea of empowering the experts of education to go, hey, this subset's not succeeding. What if we shift the educational program to look like this, have a separate charter and do these things? Like, that's an amazing thing. And I fully support all of the creative work of our many, many charters that are doing that. I'm also really concerned because I've heard and I've seen this investigation piece, and I've been getting emails and questions and calls. And I, as an overseer, want to do my job well, and I am not yet confident I know how I'm going to do that. And I don't know if this is appropriate, but I would kind of give a plea to our charter schools that are potentially petitioning at the end of this month and triggering that timeline. Rushing this process is not going to help anybody right now. Please give us time to do this well so we can partner, so that we can be transparent together, so that we can have the conversations, so that when the decision is made, it's the right decision for everybody. So that's my big request. This third-party investigation has me spinning a little bit, and I need to see that information before I know what I can do next individually. I can't speak for the 7 of us, but that's my request to our charters that might trigger that timeline. Thank you.
Okay, so we have Member Kayada. I believe, yes, Member Kayada.
So I want to thank Representative from St. Hope, Sac High, PS7 for being here and raising the comments they did, kind of calling out the elephant in the room, I guess, on this particular authorization effort. And I do appreciate Sac High having been here in a couple meetings in a row. Excuse me. I think I heard 3 UCLA Bruins here today, and that's my alma mater, so always glad when we can get anyone in Sacramento to be at schools like that, whether they're from a charter or a traditional school. In terms of this report and using language like extensive allegations, I want to support staff for doing that because this is what the board is asking for. I don't think this is language that's meant to insult or put our charters on the back foot. It's what this board needs to understand what our role is. And the facts are that we are getting more complaints about that particular system than we are some of our other charters. And I'm not going to even speculate as to why. Politics, whatever. It doesn't really matter. Just the way that we treat the complaints we get about our schools and our systems, we need to protect basically all of the students who are getting, Sacramento schools public money to raise their kids. And so I think that that's warranted. I do think that this does represent a collaboration. This is bringing this to the board in a way that allows us to embrace that collaboration with our charter partners. And I do think it really is a partnership. As Tara just said, charters are able to do things sometimes that traditional schools can't do, especially a large system like Sac City, which was like over 40,000 students at one point. Maybe we cannot meet specific community needs as well as a charter can. And if that's the case, that's great, as long as they're doing it the right way. And I don't think there's anything wrong with looking at that. So I'm glad that we're doing that. I do remain, as Tara said as well, concerned about the timeline. And I know I mentioned this the last presentation, or maybe it was the previous one. Our oversight shouldn't be built around the renewal period. It should be a long-term solution. And you're nodding, and I know that you're committed to that. And I don't want to make this conversation about the timeline. I want to make it about how do we create long-term partners for educating our kids in the city. And I guess ultimately, I do have a question. So let's say we do proceed on this timeline, because wherever we were in the past and what the law is almost irrelevant at this point to what we need to do now. So let's say we do our own investigation, we do a third-party investigation, and some of these complaints do require action. So it looks like in order for us to renew under this timeline, there just needs to be a plan in place. But how do we make sure that that plan is being followed? And what kind of teeth do we have to make sure that that plan is followed?
I'm going to let you take that one.
Just in terms of meeting like all the various procedural requirements and due process for the charter school in that regard?
So let's say that there are some substantiated complaints and that we need to put a plan in place to renew the charter. So how do we make sure that that plan is being followed? That we don't just renew it and then it's like, okay, well, we're working on it, and then 5 years go by until the next renewal.
Right. Well, in this structure, under the new Ed Code provisions, again, untracked territory, so we're all learning as we go. But the onus is going to be put on the charter school to develop a corrective action plan. To the extent that there are certain violations that are identified, they would have to have like a one-to-one correlation of, okay, what are we going to do to rectify or remedy this for each of those? And we would set out a timeline for that. So if we're talking about issues related to student outcomes or issues related to internal fiscal controls, some of those things may not happen overnight, but there are things that could, like the adoption of a policy if something isn't there, right? That's just an example. And so that's where district staff would look at that to determine the viability of that plan and to move forward. And it's not to say that there aren't things that can happen on the back end, whether it be imposition of conditions or including language in a memorandum of understanding that would hold the charter school accountable to various things. And if they fail to do so, there is a whole statutory scheme set out for revocation or the initiation of revocation proceedings, which is potentially based on a failure to comply with the law, the charter, and then there's other statutory grounds as well. So there are various avenues for recourse, but you just hope you don't have to get to that point, right? And so it will all really depend on what comes out of the investigation. And if there are findings, we're not saying that there are, but if there are, and those are substantiated, what is the charter school going to do to right the wrongs? And then we can come up with a much more clear plan in terms of how to proceed. But so much of this is unknown until we have the information before us. But I will assure you that there are accountability features built into the law that allow the overseer, the district, to be able to ensure that the charter school is meeting their obligations. I don't know if that answered your question.
No, it does. And
it's a little vague, but again, so much of it's going to depend on the culmination of this process and what comes to light, if anything.
Mm-hmm. And I will say, my eyes are really wide open on this because it's kind of interesting because in some ways, the charter law is very permissive compared to some of the structures that we're held to as a traditional school system. And yet in other ways, the accountability is actually more firm than what we face. Basically our only accountability is getting to the point of a receivership. But between this and that, we have a lot of plans that are not in place. My eyes are wide open about our own failures, and that doesn't mean that we're going to allow that to happen with the charters. I want to hold myself to the same standards as well, but that's not really the question before us today. The question is, can we make sure that the charters that we've authorized are operating efficiently and effectively and in compliance with the law and helping our students? And, you know, I'm leaning towards, like, yes, we need to support these things, but also let's make sure that we have our eyes open when we're in that collaborative model. So that was my ultimately. But thank you again, and looking forward to hearing more as we get through this. And again, I know the timeline is compressed, but as long as we're getting the information, that's going to be better. So thank you.
We have Member Segura.
So I just want to take a second and appreciate the positive perspectives shared by a lot of these independent charter schools that we've seen. But unfortunately, these perspectives are not common among all students at some of these independent charter schools. Student voices have been shared to me and my peers about the state of their education and environment. Many students are missing teachers, books, resources, and regulations that are necessary for their day-to-day academic and social life. So third-party investigations, I think that they need to be extensive and properly conducted, and I hope that the outcome improves these conditions. So I thank you for pushing this forward, but how can we ensure that these investigations will be effective on the long term?
So I think there's two answers to your question, and I love your question, and yes, I love it. So part of it is the developing the systems that Trustee Jean was alluding to, is that my job is to be there not just once every 5 years, but to be there every year in an ongoing capacity. Some of the things are at the discretion of the school, and they do have some autonomy and some authority, right? That we don't get to tell them all the things. And some are not, and some we can say, no, we expect this. And so that's the cycle that should be happening on a regular occurring basis and that we're trying to build right now. We're getting to this point of this investigation because we don't have all of that information right now, and we're in a compressed space where we have to sort of answer some really big questions very quickly. But ideally, and this is the work that I promise to continue. I can't promise to succeed, but I will promise to continue working on that. That's an ongoing conversation. I know that's not a perfect answer, but that's where we're at.
Thank you.
Do any of my colleagues have anything else they would like to bring up? Okay, well, this is an informational item. You guys will be back with the process. And yeah, I hope that it says messy here. I hope that it's not messy. I hope that it can be just transparent, straightforward, and that we get to where we need to go. And we're continually striving to meet the deficits, but also understanding that we have to lift up assets as well. So in the system that we have, from the public schools to the charters, to the independent charters, to the dependent charters, what we're looking for is high outcomes for our students, and that's the baseline. And so thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna go to item 9.7, Mr. Ralston, how you doing?
Hello, good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Allen. Tonight, I'm here to present an update to the Fern Bacon Middle School design. I'm joined with Principal of Nocton Lewis, Brian Madem, who will go through his team's design here after I give you some supporting details for Fern Bacon. Currently, we're in design. We started about a year ago. It's a long, drawn-out 18-month process that should be ending in October of 24 as we submit to the Division of State Architect. That is also a 6-month process. We are anticipating a groundbreaking ceremony in June of 2025, something we all love to be a part of and see. Construction beginning a month or so later. And the goal currently for the timeline is the first day of school of 2027, the new school participating in their first day activities. The new build capacity is 850 students. The current build that exists now is 1350. So this is a reduction. Current enrollment is 633 and is projected as a declining enrollment school. The budget is Measure H. Construction budget is $88 million. The interim housing is being wrapped up as a plan that you will be seeing later. It's a complicated project. It's a build on an existing campus. It is not a full rip down and replace. We're modernizing and building, so there's some complications to it. And some of the basics, like just put some portables down, is not a very attractive educational environment. So we're working through some of those details. As a quick little refresh before I hand it over, a reminder of what the Fern Bacon Middle School looks. I'm just gonna make you take a quick little peek at the round building, which is signature to several of our middle schools, and also the interior quad for future slide presentations. Mr. Madam?
Members of the board, thank you very much for having me here this evening. Mr. Ralston, folks over at Facilities, been fantastic to work with. I want to commend you and this district for committing the resources that it takes. $88 million is a lot of money in anybody's checkbook. And to do that in these disadvantaged, kind of underserved communities is huge. And been fortunate to be involved with Oak Ridge Elementary School and the reconstruction of that facility and seeing the impact that it's going to have on that neighborhood. I see the same thing happening here at Fern Bacon. And so with that, we've spent the last 6 months or so really digging into what makes Fern Bacon tick. The good, the bad, the ugly. What do we need to bring forward that works really well? What do we need to fix? And it's kind of ironic that we're here talking about restrooms. We've got a plan for that. So we've spent a lot of time also figuring out how to be good stewards of that $88 million. And I know that sounds like a tremendous amount of money, and it is. But at about $1,000 to $1,200 a square foot for average construction for K-12 education facilities in California today, that's what it takes. We looked very carefully at every one of these buildings and tried to, we did and analyze them and tried to figure out what's the best use for them, if they're even worth saving. A lot of input came from the community as to their impressions of these facilities, and it also looked at how we could backfill them for current programs. These are old buildings. We don't teach kids the way we used to. Kids don't learn the way they used to. There's different programs, different educational methodologies in place today. So a lot of things don't fit in these old buildings. We also have our hands tied by current seismic regulations that require certain things to be done from a seismic safety perspective. So with all of that in play, we came down to kind of the hard decision that the existing multipurpose building and the existing gymnasium and locker buildings could be saved and should be saved. The amount of work to do within those is within the limits that wouldn't trigger significant seismic upgrades. However, the main two-story classroom building, administration building, and the building we like to affectionately call the carousel, just are very difficult and expensive to fit new programs in. And after spending a couple of long workshops with the community and with staff, we found there wasn't a real strong affection towards those buildings, the aesthetic, their functionality. So the proposal that we have marching forward, and we're early, we just wrapped up programming and early schematic design last week, is to replace the two-story building in the carousel with a single new two-story building, remove the, if you guys are familiar with the campus, backing up the, used to be the kind of the home economics wing in the middle of the campus, and an old shops and boiler building on the backside of the campus, removing those and replacing them with very purpose-built facilities. Career and college pathways are huge. True career technical education doesn't really come in until high school, but we're looking, I mean, we grab kids in kindergarten and start, progressing them through, lifestyle choices and where they want to, spend their life. And middle school is a great transitional period for that. There's a lot of resources available, and this campus has a lot of fun programs going on that we feel we can enhance with better facilities. So with that, we've kept this aspect of an inner quad and enhanced it. It's about twice as big as it used to. This campus has a lot of community-based activities and student activities that need places to gather. Graduation celebrations are huge. The international cultural celebrations every year, farmers markets. We want to enhance the band program, music program, and outdoor places for that to happen. And then reorganizing campus so that things better serve off of that quad, and just by better locating existing facilities. So we've got a 2-story building. I won't go through all the details, but basically it's classrooms on the long wing, and on the anchor is admin and student services, with a large community center aspect. Kind of coined the term family room. We're doing it at Oak Ridge and the other new elementary schools. Same thing here, very community rich, community services oriented facility on the ground floor. And up above that, really turning this facility into a magnet for staff professional development. Career pathways, there's a very active experiential agricultural program, gardening program, art, and career technical pathways, all kind of a big maker space that we're putting in a career pathways building specifically for that. After school programs are huge on this campus, and they're scattered right now, and looking at moving those into a building of their own, creating facilities, restroom facilities throughout the campus. Right now they're isolated and locked down most of the time. Really spreading those out is fundamental to this new plan. And just a couple of real quick views, really trying to keep some of that old mid-century aesthetic, replicate the image of the Carousel building and the 2-story professional development and community room component on the corner of the campus, really introducing a true front door, enhancing security, curb appeal, this inner quad really with everything on the campus kind of spilling out onto this multifunctional area, yet breaking it down into individual areas that students can have breakout groups and kind of come and go throughout the day. We got a little video here. I hope it works if I hit that little button, and it's just a quick fly through. Again, we're really early in the design process, but we're far enough along to know what this campus really needs, and that it is affordable and achieves the goals that we've worked to achieve. So with that, I'll pass it back. I think we're done, and open it up for some questions, comments.
Great timing, sir.
Thank you.
Great timing. Do we have any public comment?
No, sir.
You don't have any public comment. To my colleagues. Member Kayada.
So when are we going to hear about the plan for interim housing? Do we have a timeline on that?
I ran out of board meetings, but I need to go through cabinet and make sure that they're comfortable with me giving it to you.
Okay.
And I think I'm soon on their agenda.
So there is a plan.
Oh, no,
Okay.
it's typed, I'm ready to go. It's been a very hard conversation. So I think we want to make sure that we were incredibly thoughtful along the way.
Sorry, I did not want to put you on the spot. When I see TBD, I just want to know what.
There is a
TBD
plan,
can mean
it's
many
written,
things.
but I think I need to follow the proper chain of command.
I want to say I really appreciate how it's going to be a mostly new school, but it also respects the history and the appearance that the community has come to know. I think it can be easy sometimes to throw this nice, bright, flashy thing, but if that's not how the community sees itself, we're not serving the interests of the community necessarily. So I really appreciate that, calling to the carousel, as you call it, and all that. I only really had one feedback at this point, and I know these are just renderings, so all this is subject to change, but consistent with our climate goals. I'm seeing a lot of grass. I'm not seeing a lot of trees. I'm wondering if we have the opportunity to kind of, especially with the quad, like I'm thinking about the quad at Umoja, which is like, there's a tree like every 10 feet. It's really like you're basically in an outdoor classroom when you're there. And also, in the front of the school, like at Kennedy, when we redid that, kind of replaced all the grass with mulch and native plants. Just kind of being intentional about where we're using our grass, where it's going to be used by kids.
Sure. So it's a little early. Why is there so much concrete in the center like this? A fire lane is required, so a 20-foot swath, I think, has to go all the way around, so that obviously takes tree opportunity away. We haven't gone through all the landscaping plans. Shade structures are going to be part of the conversation. Again, we're finishing this phase, which kind of places all the buildings and understanding kind of our next steps, which is design development in our world, and that really gets into the nitty gritty. We've already done a lot of interviews with the directors. Nocton Lewis is amazing at being at the site for a day or two and just living the life of a Fern Bakian, if that's a thing, and then making sure they understand. They're interviewing the staff, the teachers, the students. They understand everything that's happening there. So as we get these conversations going, some of these things start falling into place pretty quick. And as you can see, we're going to the state in October, whether they think we are or not, we're coming, and the decisions will have to go pretty fast.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Kayada. Member Villa.
I am so excited for the school, for District 4. Fern Bacon, I mean, it's an old school, and those students and families and community really deserve to have something like this in our neighborhood. It's fantastic. I know it's been a long process, but I know the students, principal, everybody's very excited. So I really appreciate the work, and continue keeping us in the loop. Send us photos, because this is the kind of stuff that when we're up here on the dais, this is what we want to see. We want to vote and move forward with doing better for our students. So thank you.
Welcome.
There's three more just like this, so.
There's no business development up here.
So, do we have any other colleagues who want to hop in the queue? Okay, so for me, just really quickly, it's really cool because when I was really young, we lived on Cooney right next to, in the apartments, actually right next to the school. Before they built all the other things, where it was just a big field out there. And so before we moved to Quasar, the area of Quasar, which is over at 29th Street. But it's gonna change community and change the living environment. And school building is neighborhood building. And so you guys are taking that into consideration, and really do appreciate that, changing the landscape of what neighborhoods can expect and what they deserve. So thank you. All right, with that, I believe that was an informational item.
Thank you.
And we'll see you, Chris, next board, I guess,
Sorry,
after
you're still
summer.
stuck with me.
Yeah, it's okay. So we're gonna do the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee Q&R report. And so I ask that you've done a great job on staying on time today. I ask that you continue. Mr. Ralston,
I'll remind both of our chairs that are here this evening to provide their annual report. Again, this is Bond Oversight Committee Measure Q&R annual report presented by our chair, Brian Hill, who has been on the committee. This is his going to be his sixth year, was your sixth year at Measure Q&R. He's also on Measure H, but just as a committee member on H. Mr. Hill.
A glutton for punishment.
Hello. Thank you for your service, by the way.
Not a problem. Superintendent, trustees, I'm here to give you an annual report for Measure Q&R. Yes, I can do it, I think. As I'm assuming many of you or all of you are aware, Prop 39 passed in 2000. It allowed a 55% approval of school bonds. Q&R were passed in 2012. And they totaled $414 million. And we are moving toward the end on the spend of those. And you've already seen the manifestation of Measure H. The three things that a bond oversight committee needs to do, and we show two of them here. One is a performance audit, independent performance audit, and independent financial audit, and the creation of a bond oversight committee. That's what Prop 39 stands for. The membership is myself, Terrence back here, and Marcia, who is not here. And you can see that the money is winding down and the people are winding down. So something to keep our eye on. Support staff. I can't tell you how many questions I ask. I'm just the question guy because I view that as my responsibility for this activity. And I am always pleased with the speed and the quality of response I get from the staff. And I'm talking about all of these people, from Robin, who's new, Cindy Tao, I just asked a question when I showed up here, Chris, of course, Nathaniel, everybody. Really do appreciate the work that they do, and I think we work together very well. Our annual activities review bond sales on Q&R. There's been very few sales recently. We go over project reviews, sort of like you just saw, but we talk more about detail on contract costs and how things are going there. We held in this fiscal year 3 meetings. One was canceled due to lack of a quorum. Couldn't make everybody get there. And we reviewed the Crow-Horvath financial and performance audits. And if you see the next page, a list there of activities that Q&R supported. Something close to my heart and house is the Bret Hart Playground. I think you guys have done fantastic stuff there, improving that, and all of these, I think, are all good stuff for the kids. The Measure Q&R expenditures this year. 26 million on Measure Q, 738 on Measure R, the smaller one. And I think I may have mentioned this earlier, there's only about $4 million left on the two of them. So it is truly winding down. If we go to the Measure Q audit report, Crow-Horvath says that you guys are working in accordance with the requirements of Prop 39. That's what you want to see. Pretty quiet audit there. On Measure R, the same thing. And my final page, because I'm going to make this quick, is that the committee also views not only the audits, but again, the responses that we have gotten, the meetings that we have, the questions after questions that staff has supported and provided answers. I would say we are confirming that the school district is operating Measure Q and our bond program within the Prop 39 requirements. Pretty simple and good stuff.
Thank you. Okay. And do we have any public comment on this one?
We do not.
Okay, seeing we have no public comment, we will go to my colleagues. Please hop in the queue if you have any comment around it. Seems like we're doing good. Member Pritchett.
I just want to take a moment and thank everyone on the committee and past members on the committee that are no longer, including Mr. Alex Fiser, God rest his soul.
Yes, exactly.
We miss him terribly. But I do have a quick question for Chris.
Okay.
I just wanted to know the status of the Einstein roof. I drove by yesterday, saw the makeshift fence out front and some big cement things out front, and I thought, does that have something to do with the roof? Like, what is happening out front?
Measure Q is in a ballot. The last Measure Q project called out in the ballot that we are doing is the core academic project at Einstein. It's a $12 million project that renovates the classrooms and the site, which will include also a new front landscape, parking lot enhancements. There are roof items, but it's probably premature to discuss it at this time.
Okay, all right, I understand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any other colleague hopping in? Seeing as we have none, that is an informational item. Thank you so much for your service and time. We'll go to the next item. Chris, you're still with us, yeah?
Yes, I am.
All right.
It's time for Bond Oversight Committee for Measure H, its annual report by the Chair, Manuel Jimenez.
And then thank you also for staying on time. I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Mr. Jimenez.
Good evening. I'll try to stay on time.
Thank you, sir.
Just a note on this slide. The slide was not prepared by the committee. I asked that there not be a summary on the slide. I felt it was confusing. So the statement down there, that's not a summary of our report. The audit conclusion below is the district statement. The specific requirement cited is not the entirety of Prop 39 in that statement. So our report is the summary of our findings. Measure H, general obligation bond, was passed by voters as was presented and approved under Prop 39 requirements, which stipulate in a number of California educational codes. One requirement is the formation of the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee to notify the public as to if the school district, identified as the board in this report, is in compliance with the various Prop 39 requirements. This report is our notifications of findings. I'll read a summary. CBOC findings on required responsibilities. The CBOC finds the board in compliance with the latter portion of A, in that to the best of the committee's understanding, no funds have been spent for any other purpose, including teacher and administrator salaries and other school operating expenses. The CBOC debated requirement 1B. The committee finds the district in compliance with this item in that the expenditures to date are consistent with the bond project list as approved by the voters. However, the chair of the committee offers a dissenting opinion. The wording on the proposition as presented for the voters under heading Bond Project List reads, the bond project list below lists the specific types of projects the district proposes to finance. The board is required to furnish a specific project list on the proposition to the voters, and a majority of the committee found the list to be in compliance. The dissenting opinion by the chair of the committee stated the list is not a specific project list. A list of types of projects is not the same as a list of projects. The CBOC finds the board in compliance on item C. Crow LLP provided a performance audit and there were no findings. CBOC finds the board in compliance with item D. Crow provided a financial audit and there were no findings. The CBOC finds the board in compliance and that it has established a committee. The CBOC finds the board out of compliance in that the committee does not include a member of a senior citizens organization nor a member of a taxpayers organization. The committee has suggested the board solicit these specific organizations and furnish documentation of solicitations. The committee and district have agreed to collaborate on ways to continue and improve on member recruitment efforts. The CBOC finds the board in compliance and that is fully supported and engaged in all the listed aspects that the code identifies that the committee may engage in. The CBOC finds the board in compliance that it has provided technical assistance to the committee. CBOC findings on Measure H language, all monies to be spent locally. The CBOC finds the board in compliance with the above stated requirement. Clear system of accountability to the public, including a project list detailing how exactly the money will be used. The CBOC finds the board in compliance with the above stated requirements with the understanding that this has been done through their development of specific projects that have been furnished to the committee and hence the public post-ballot measure. The development of internal district equity indices to help identify funding priorities based on level of need. The CBOC finds the board in compliance with the above stated requirements. Utilize a formulaic approach to prioritize projects for implementation with factors that may include the condition of the existing building or infrastructure, need for adequate space to accommodate programs, demographic data, and an analysis of capacity needed to serve the future student population. The CBOC finds the board in compliance with the above stated requirements. Summary, the committee overall appears very assured that the board of directors and the district in general, as represented by the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee, is meeting the intent of Measure H as presented to the voters. The committee as a whole finds the board and district is meeting the board intent of Measure H in their choice of projects, the manner in which the projects are executed, and the financial responsibility under which the bond funds are managed.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Okay, board comment? I had one clarification. So the committee has found us in compliance with one dissenting voice from the chair, and the chair is you, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
That's fine.
I was clarifying because I was like, I thought he was the chair. Okay, okay. Thank you for this report.
Yep.
And thank you for your service.
Yep.
Appreciate you. Okay, now we're going to go to 10.1, our SELPA local plan. Whew. Member G. Okay, you got it.
Hello. Hello. Good evening, members of the board. Superintendent Allen. I'm Yvonne Wright, Chief Academic Officer. And here with me tonight, I have Gio Linares, SELPA Director, and Ms. Crystal Thomas, Assistant Superintendent of Special Education. And we're here tonight to present the SUSD SELPA Local Plan.
All right. Good evening, everyone. So my name is Giovanni Linares, and I serve as SUSD SELPA Director. And this evening, I will be presenting on our SELPA Local Plan, specifically on the annual budget plan, as well as the annual service plan. For the sake of time, I'm kind of going to run us through a bit of this. So we always like to start off with making sure that we have our acronyms straight, right? We need to know what a SELPA is a Special Education Local Plan Area, CDE, and LEA, as well as CalPADS. So a local plan is split up into 5 different sections, starting with our contacts and services, a governance section, an annual assurance support plan, which is still not developed by CDE, an annual budget plan, and then an annual service plan. So as a bit of a background, all SELPAs are required to submit a local plan to CDE for approval. It outlines what special education policies, procedures the SELPA utilizes a set of assurances to ensure that all services are in place, that we're meeting all federal mandates, and that we comply with federal and state codes and statutes. So more simply, it means that students are first and foremost general education students first, and that students who qualify for a variety of services are enabled to receive educational benefit in the least restrictive environment possible, as close to their typically developing peers as possible in a general education program to the maximum extent possible. So SELPAs have an ongoing commitment to provide these services and allocate appropriate resources that we receive from the state and federal government for the following school year. So Section A is really, on our local plan, is really just about contacts. Who are the individuals that are involved with ensuring that the local plan is in place? Who is the SELPA director? Who is responsible from a fiscal side? And who is responsible from an implementation side? So now we start to go into the annual budget plan. And so this is a description of the SELPA's allocation for funding. This section describes where we get funds from, how much we receive, and how we utilize those funds. So there's a description of projected expenditures as well as revenue. So we look we take a deeper dive into kind of what do we use our money on, how much of it is for salaries, how much of it is for services that we contract out. And so with that, here is kind of a breakdown for 24-25. So we expect to get just over $39 million from the state government. And then we get just under $11 million from the federal government. And then we have a local contribution of about $98 million. And then the percentage of what the total funding is within special education. I will point out that for 24-25, the projected state special education revenue is an increase of about $2 million. In the federal revenue, it's an increase of about $150. And our local contribution is an increase of about $11 million. So on the next slide, we start to go into the breakdown of where these funds actually come from within the state and federal government. So for AB 602, the amount this year is just over $32 million, which is an increase of about $1 million. The property tax piece is an increase of about $200,000 versus last year. For the federal government, we see an increase of about $400. And then for Part C, it's the same. We don't receive state infant toddlers funds because we do not provide those services. For state mental health, federal mental health, and other projected revenue, that's all the same as last year. And then when we start to think about our expenditures, this is where we use our funds, both the state, federal, as well as our local contribution. As you will see, the majority goes towards salaries and benefits for our staff. Certificated salaries is just under $53 million, which is an increase over last year of about $12 million. So classified salaries is just over $18 million, which is an increase of about $5 million. And our employee benefits is an increase of about $8 million. Our supplies is about a $100,000 increase versus last year. And our services and operations is a decrease of about $10 million. And our other outgoing and financing, which is like our indirect piece, is an increase of about $600,000. Obviously, with negotiations and adding new positions and raises, it increases the certificated and classified and benefits aspect of it, but it's also a commitment that we're committed to hiring staff ourselves, which is where we then see the decrease in the services and operations piece, because we're not expecting to have to contract out as much because we're hoping to hire our own staff to provide those services. So that's where you kind of see the decrease on the services and operations side of things. And then also this year, we're working with our business services departments to very much align any outside services being provided to be aligned with specific positions that are in our position control that we may not be able to fill. So we're trying to work towards a much more one-for-one type of situation when it comes to our annual budget plan, and being much more fiscally responsible so that we can see the better utilization of salaries and benefits and less in the outside services and operations, because we then lose some of that control when it comes to the next part of the local plan, which is the implementation of the actual services. So Section E is our annual service plan. And this is a breakdown. It is a very, very boring spreadsheet that really kind of just tells you what is the CalPADS code for a particular service within special education, a description that comes directly from Ed Code and from codes of regulations, and then a breakdown of what schools utilize that service based off of a snapshot in time. Obviously, that doesn't mean that that service cannot be available to another student if it isn't at that school site, but it's really just a snapshot in time so that CDE starts to see how prevalent the services are across our SELPA. And so this is what it starts to look like. Here is that CalPADS code, the breakdown of what that service is and whether it's adopted, and then what is the legal requirement for it. And then with that, I will turn it over to our Assistant Superintendent, Crystal Thomas.
Good evening. We understand that the grand jury report is a serious concern for all of us. The report highlights critical areas that need reform. We are committed to making improvements both internally and through collaborations with our external partners. A key area of focus for us has been to start our MTSS design team and start to plan around MTSS. The grand jury's findings underscore urgent needs of reform and special education services to better support all our students and ensure compliance with educational standards and legal requirements. It is our goal to provide ongoing and future presentations. So, thank you.
Questions you have?
Okay. Do we have any public comment on this item?
We do have one. Renee Webster Hawkins.
Ms. Hawkins, we have to stop meeting each other like this.
You know, I had to come up for this one. So, you know, you're all aware that the SELPA plan is mostly a data collection and reporting exercise, annual. You've seen this every year. A couple things I'd like to highlight. One is that one piece of it this year is a triennial requirement, so every 3 years. This will be the first time that many of you have seen it. And it's Section B. I didn't see a slide on it. It's the certification you will be making if you vote for this plan on governance and administration. And I want to read to you Certification 1. This is what you're certifying to. That the governance and administration local plan is the basis for the operation and administration of special education programs. I'm excerpting the key parts. I further assure that the agency represented herein will meet all applicable requirements of federal and state laws, IDEA, the Ed Code, et cetera. Honestly, I don't know how you can certify to that, given what we know in the string of audits culminating with the grand jury report, which finds failure to provide fair, free, appropriate public education to our students with disabilities. So I just don't know how you certify, given what we know about the lack of organizational capacity right now. So I'll just bring that to your attention, let you all, you're higher pay grade than me, you'll chew on that. The other piece that I wanted to just comment on is, I know, again, the forms from CDE are very high level. And in some years past, the department has provided or used this opportunity to give you, the board, and us, the public, a little bit more granular information about expenditures and the allocations, the sub-allocations that roll up into that budget. So questions that I have, I'm out of time. I do have a few things.
Please send them to us.
I will. I will. They have to do,
appreciative.
with all of the expenditures related to litigation, related to transportation, related to professional development needed, et cetera. So,
thank you, Renee.
Thank you. Yeah.
Please, and once again, please send that to the board. We'd love to see that. Do we have any other public comment?
We do not.
Okay, so we're going to go into board discussion today. This is an action item. Colleagues, please hop in if you have anything for us to also chew on a little bit more. Member Kayada. What, you have a question?
I just wanted to address the comment by Ms. Hawkins about Section B.
I'd like to hear Member Kayada first, and maybe they'll kind of go in. But keep that comment here, and we'll come back to it. Thank you. Member Kayada.
I'd like to invite Gio to, that was one of my questions anyway. So.
Section B.
Boom. See, so you have it here.
There you go. Perfect. Segue.
Great setup.
Right.
Alley-oop. Go ahead.
It is purposeful to actually leave out Section B of the governance for the adoption for sort of June. We do expect that to come at a later date. Ms. Hawkins is absolutely right. There's a significant overlap with what governance looks like at the SELPA level. in working with CDE as well as our independent monitor in the BPSP litigation, we've identified that there is significant overlap on what the structures, evaluation, monitoring, implementation practices, and procedures associated with the implementation of the local plan looks like. And so with the sort of different audits, the upcoming BPSP action plan, there are a number of actions that are associated with what our policies, procedures, practices, implementation practices, evaluation processes, audits, monthly, quarterly audits that are associated with that. And they include on different areas like child fine, assessment practices, community engagement, data collection and management, and as well as dispute resolution, as well as a number of others that are stipulated in the local plan section B. So instead of essentially like either rubber stamping what was previously in place or knowing that we were going to have to come back and amend that section once the action plan was out, was purposefully left off as a way to allow that input to essentially drive what is in section B of the governance section, and that would come at a later date once all of those other plans were essentially approved and in place.
Okay. Member Cadiz.
So what exactly are we approving and adopting today? Just, is it the content? Is it the fact that you filled this out completely?
The budget plan and the service plan.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all that's going forward.
And then what happens if we fail to certify this today?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll have to find out what that is, what exactly would happen without that. I don't believe that there is a penalty. I think it just becomes an aspect of when are you going to get the whole thing certified.
Okay. And that's always something I ask myself is when the state has the requirement for the board to do something versus staff, usually there's some intent behind that. So it makes me wonder, like, are there questions I should be asking? What criteria do I look at if I don't take action? So would appreciate knowing that, I guess, in the future. This is something that's been kind of talked about a lot today and in previous meetings as well, but you know, our board and our school system as a community has put a lot of emphasis in forming committees of people in our community who can really get into the meat of these things, to the work that we do, and to provide the board with guidance that we generally follow because we trust our community to do the work and to follow our direction, to provide us direction. Long introduction, just to say that, you know, for years, our community advisory committee, who should be really providing that level of guidance for this plan, has been really floundering. And I'm wondering, you know, part of what I'm looking for to be able to go to the state and say, here, this is a SEPA plan we can stand behind, is that we have a CAC that isn't just like 5 or 6 active people. You look at CACs in other school districts of our size, and they're a lot more engaged. They're involved in projects. And I'm saying this having been on the CAC myself and would have been happy to advocate at that level, but I wasn't feeling like I was able to make an impact, which is why I'm here now. And I guess that's something I'm looking for, is like, I think this district needs to do more to have an oversight committee for the SEPA and the SEPA local plan so that the board's able to provide the level of guidance that we are comfortable doing based on how we interact with our other priority areas. So is there anything that, you know, it's not something we could put in this report necessarily, any support that this board can offer to have a more robust oversight at a committee type level for this type of plan?
That's a great question. The first thing that comes to mind when it comes to board support is I think just knowledge of the CAC, and I think just dedicating opportunities for the CAC to. I don't want to say go as far as like engage in this work, because it almost seems as though they're not engaging in this work. But I think it is much more of a concerted effort to be mindful of the communications that go out to CAC parents, that go out to our parents around CAC activities. This year, with the elections that occurred for CAC, the group voted on two very, very specific targets that they want to focus on, which is just community engagement activities, right? So ensuring that there are more CAC-led activities throughout the school year. And the second one is on supporting inclusive education, whatever that means, like going through a process of identifying for families with different experiences in special education, what does inclusionary activities look like, working towards a definition, and then promoting that definition through those activities, through those engagement activities. I think that is what they have kind of identified as a focus for next year, as a way to bring people in, and then once in, then utilize that space to then help dictate what then future focus areas are.
Yeah, and I guess, I think that's something we definitely need to work on to help our community, our larger community, in the special education arena. I think it is, to me, I want to make sure that as a district, we are supporting our CAC to really meet its two core functions, which is one, providing resources to families who are involved in this, but also being an oversight of the SELPA, because that's what they're there for, those two areas. And I think it's easy to focus on the outreach portion, but if they're not providing guidance, then for me to approve something like this, I'm going to need more detail, like Renee mentioned, to the board on kind of what's going on, because, I think you alluded to this, Gio, but it's a fairly boilerplate document. You can make it a little bigger, but really it's not necessarily beneficial for us to give more information to the state than we need to, but it's important to give more information to the board.
And I think that you speak to exactly what essentially Section B gets to the heart of, is that's where the story of what every particular SELPA looks like comes in, and Sections D and E are much more, like you said, like boilerplate, fill in the blanks on what are the funds, where do they come from, and then what are the services and how, and where are they utilized.
Okay, and then I have some comments that are not specifically related to adopting this. First, I wanted to just address the grand jury report, just to say that anyone who's been following this with this district, they had a striking headline and whatnot, but that's not news to us. Like, everyone who's looking at me here, we've all known this for a long time, that this is something that we should have been paying more attention to the whole time. So I'm glad that we've kind of been called to account for that, and I'm hoping that we rise to that challenge. And instead of what I've seen too much, especially in special ed, I don't want us to go on the defensive. And I'm saying us collectively, because I do think we have to work together as a board, as staff, and as a community to address this. This isn't an area where focusing on blaming any particular problem in the system is going to fix things. We need to move forward. We need to act. And I guess that leads me to kind of my last kind of suggestion from myself. Hopefully the board would agree with me, but I'm concerned a little bit with kind of the direction that our special education as an overall system is going in this district, where because we are under such scrutiny, people are falling into silos, which Sac City has way too many silos as it is. I want us to work together. The board recently received a board communication on the roles of the SELPA versus the roles of special ed department, which I found a little bit troubling because it seemed to kind of be designed to give a pass to the SELPA and put all the resource needs on the special ed department, when really, even if that's true or not true, that shouldn't be where we're focused right now. And I guess I'm looking more at you, Yvonne, to see if you have any thoughts on this, but focusing on who can be blamed for a problem is not going to get us out of this. We need to be focusing on how do we bring everyone together and recognize our failures, not shy away from them, and not be stuck in our adult minds about how this bothers us and that it makes our day-to-day harder, and let's help these kids and these families. And that's as specific as I can get on that right now.
So I think I can share an agreement to that this isn't a time for blame or for segmenting the work. The goal of the board communication was to share that we do have our own SELPA, which is really fortunate for SCUSD to have their own SELPA. But to really highlight what is the role of the SELPA and what's the role of the special education department, so that you can see what work that they hold. Our goal is for us to all work in collaboration, not only the SELPA and special education department, but how does that work coordinated with the academic office? How does the special education department work with curriculum instruction, early learning and care, multilingual, with our instructional assistant superintendents, so that we have a coordinated approach to work through the challenges in special education, because we all know that the challenges in special education do not begin with special education. It begins with, how do we provide the support and services to our students in general education? How do we really shore up our universal program, and then begin to look at that multi-tiered system of supports that students have? And then, how do we support our students? So we are trying to do this through a coordinated and aligned approach and a collaborative approach within our departments and the departments that support all of our students.
Okay, thank you. And then I know, previously, I forget who, but there's going to be reports coming back to the board. So I know we barely got CDE after their letter working with us. I know that's just really started. But I would reiterate my request that we get, at least at this point, more frequent updates on what's happening. I don't want the polish. I want, the dirty details, because the board, following this grand jury report, is being tasked with taking specific actions. And we need to know what's happening for us to be involved with creating plans, be involved with taking accountability for this problem that predates all of us here in the room. But it's up to us to solve.
We have had 4 sessions with CDE, and in our collaboration with CDE, we've begun to prioritize our initiatives and then begin to focus on what our priorities are. And so that work has really generated lots of discussion. We've been aligning that work with the Black Parallel School Board Initiative, looking at the work we're already doing with inclusive practices, MTSS design team, and really lifting so that we are not going to be burdened by too many things, but really looking at those things that are going to take priority and where we can be most effective with our work with our special education students.
Thank you, Member Kayada. We have Member Villa in the queue.
I will be very short because Member Kayada asked all of the questions, the majority that I had. I appreciate the current work. I appreciate the work with the CD. I want us to be updated on that as frequently as possible. I don't know if that's a board communication or if that's on the agenda, but we've already discussed this. We know we have to do better. All the adults in the room have to do better. So if we can have some kind of priority where we can either get this information, just the steps that are happening, the action items that are happening, what's the next goal, whatever it may be, a board communication, or it's on the agenda on a monthly basis, just so we're constantly in the know of what steps are taking to correct this. That's all.
Wonderful. And, we'll go Member Jean before I say anything. Sorry about that, Member Jean.
I snuck in there. I think most of us just have really heavy hearts about this and are looking to you folks as our leaders and as our experts on what we need to do to make big change. And we all know the definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting different results. And so the idea of just approving the SELPA without more of a deep dive or more of a kind of a plan of where are we moving forward, what are the things we're doing. I do really appreciate the info we're getting and that we are having really great conversations with some external partners that are going to be coming into our systems. I'm with Member Villa, and I'd like a lot more updates on our agenda. that this is something we need to keep our eyes on, particularly, Yvonne, as you're mentioning, like the coordination, like this is system-wide because as you said, Giovanni, SPED students are everybody's students. I'm a gen ed teacher and the SPED kiddos in my classroom are my students. And it's me knowing I need to bring everything I have to help them succeed, and then knowing how do I partner with all the other folks in there to get me the resources I need for them to succeed in my classes. I still don't feel that I've heard, and I don't know if this is a BC or a 2x or just me coming in to chat. I don't feel like I have a grasp on the educational like program and special education system in our district. You know, Giovanni, you presented a little bit on some preschool stuff and some co-teach, but I haven't heard a lot more. The only things I hear about like our IEP meetings or our teachers are just the frustrations of teachers in classrooms. I don't feel like I get an idea of the overarching system of it all. And I think about like, our interaction with SPED tends to be those very difficult closed session conversations about litigation and cleaning things up on a defensive approach, rather than public conversations where we're on the offense of this is how we are acknowledging these are the barriers, we are acknowledging these are the obstacles, we are acknowledging these are the failures, we are looking at what our plan is to move these things forward, and we're able to do it collectively. This week, as the grand jury report hit, I sent a text to our superintendent that just said, I look forward to partnering with everybody because this is, as you said, Member Kayada, this is a pre-existing thing. This is a systemic thing in our nation and in our world. Figuring out how to make a system not built for students help those students succeed. That's what we're trying to do. And we've all got to be in for it. So I really look forward to partnering with each of you to make that happen.
Same, and then this comment is actually to my colleagues. We'll make sure that coming for our coming board meetings that we have more agenda items on that from the Exec committee and then also from superintendent's side. We're going to make sure that we put that on there. Heard loud and clear from you guys today and last meetings as well. Obviously, this is something that has to be fixed, and that right now it's not litigating the past, but it's moving forward together. Our labor partners, SCTA, said it very clear. They have full faith that we can move together and do this collaboratively, where we weren't doing that previously. This is our opportunity to show that it can be done here in our district and to service some of the most impacted students in our district. So we have a lot of work to do on a lot of levels, but this is one of them that I believe that we can make some headway with. So we're gonna move into a vote to approve. We'll start with student preferential.
Aye.
Superintendent?
Did we need a motion?
Yes.
Yes.
So moved.
I thought I first and second it. I apologize.
Yeah, it's all good.
Overzealous.
I will move it.
I get the chair back and I'm like, I'm moving everything. So moved and second. Thank you so much. Student preferential.
Aye.
Member Kayada?
No.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Villa?
Aye.
All right. Now, wait, I have to check. Because we only have a certain amount of members, did that motion pass? Yes. Just making sure, because we had 4, just making sure. 4-1 with Member Kayada voting no. Okay. Thank you guys so much. We're going to move down to 10.2, and we're getting, that's all. You're not Miss McCarn.
This is going to be presented by Christina Pena and Tammy Mora.
Beautiful.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Good evening, board members and Superintendent Allen. My name is Christina Pena. I'm the HR Audit and Compliance Analyst, and I'm here with Tammy Mora, HR Employee Relations Analyst. We're here this evening to present for the board approval the annual declaration of need to be on file with the Commission on Teacher Credentialing for the 24-25 school year. Here you can see the trends of the prior year's requests for the declaration of need for our school district. Here's our neighboring districts' areas of anticipated need for the emergency permits and limited assignment permits for the 24-25 school year. Due to the timing of their requests, not all the neighboring districts have submitted the declaration of need to their boards. Therefore, we do not have the usual comparison available at this time. This slide shows the credential areas limited assignments. The request for the 23-24 school year is in green, and the actual number of limited assignments that we submitted for the 23-24 school year is in red, and then the blue is going to be the requests that we have for the 24-25 school year. Here we can see the emergency permit requests that have been adjusted based on the trending needs of the district. And here we have specified the subject areas for the single subject limited assignments permits for you. This slide shows the breakdown of some examples of the types of emergency permits that are needed based on history and trends of our district. And here's an update of the recruitment and retention efforts in the 23-24 school year for you. The staff recommendation is to approve this agenda item. Similar to prior years, this request provides the district the needed flexibility to fill positions in identified areas and allow educators that meet the minimum requirements the support and time needed to complete the requirements of their credential.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not.
Do we have any board comment on the item? Okay, seeing that we have none, we have a motion and a second. Student preferential?
Aye. Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Pritchett? Aye. Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Villa?
Aye.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Motion approved.
We need to go from conference to action?
No, we did that already. We did all that in one swap. Yeah, yeah, we did it in one swap.
I'm
Yeah,
tired.
no problem. So we're gonna go to LCAP with Brother Ed Eldridge. Call you Brother Ed. Sorry.
All right. Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Allen. Tonight I'm here to facilitate the approval of the Local Control and Accountability Plan, commonly referred to as the LCAP. Along with the LCAP federal addendum, which the district is required to submit because of the use of various federal funds within the LCAP used alongside state funds, and the California School Dashboard Local Indicators, which are required to be submitted to the California Department of Education. The public hearing for the LCAP was previously held on June 6, 2024, and the plan was posted for review and comment on our board education website on June 3rd. While we did not receive questions or comments on the draft LCAP after it was posted, we want to acknowledge that the process for developing this plan was necessarily elongated by the state's changes to the LCAP, including the need to ensure that each area of lowest performance at the district, school, and student group level was called out and included as a priority area within the plan. This process, coupled with the requirement that the LCAP account for the related budgeted expenditure to carry out the identified actions, pushed completion of the draft LCAP to the end of May, beginning of June. While this was a change, one of the benefits of the plan is that it is more thoughtfully influenced by the ongoing discussions with our LCAP Parent Advisory Committee, District English Learner Advisory Committee, Community Advisory Committee, Black African American Advisory Board, American Indian Education Program Parent Committee, and feedback received from our Student Advisory Committee. And as the Executive Director of the LCAP, it's been my honor to work with such a dedicated group of individuals. To help us navigate this presentation and approval of the plan, I thought it'd be helpful to provide us a brief overview of this presentation. As I referred to on the previous slide, we held our public hearing on June 6, 2024. This presentation serves to, one, approve the LCAP, the federal addendum, and the California dashboard indicators. As mentioned earlier, we have been in constant communications with our Sacramento County Office of Education. We've mentioned that several times in our community share-outs, and through also the development of the LCAP itself. In response to their feedback, we have made 2 adjustments to our LCAP package since the public hearing. One, we have added a metric for staff safety perception as part of goal number 3. Also, in regard to our LCAP annual update, we have updated our goal analysis to include an emphasis on leaning into providing increased professional learning on our use of integrated data tools for our instructional leaders throughout the district. The theory is that increasing professional learning on the use of our data tools will increase data literacy and the use of data in improving student outcomes. Annually, the district is required by the California Department of Education to submit its local indicators for use in the California School Dashboard that is released in the fall. After the CD opened the California School Dashboard local entry system on June 3rd, we completed the required sections with the collaborative leadership of our state and federal office, Family and Community Engagement Office, Family and Community Empowerment Office, and Parent-Teacher Home Visit Offices. Completion of the required sections completion of the required sections results in requirements being met for the local indicators. A copy of the local indicators are included in the board packet in the publicly available links. Annually, the board is required to review and approve the local federal, LCAP federal addendum. As part of this process, we must update the Title III portion of the addendum to ensure it accurately reflects the changing needs of our English learner population. This is an essential step in ensuring that we provide effective support for all of our students. Additionally, the Title II portion of the addendum has been updated to outline the district's plan for professional learning opportunities for both teachers and principals. This will enable educators to develop the skills and knowledge needed to better serve our students and improve academic outcomes. Again, I want to thank you all for allowing us to make this presentation with all the changes in the LCAP and in regard to the coordination of the LCAP. Again, we would not have been able to do this without the leadership and the guidance of our various committees, our deputy superintendent who's been training me as I go, and our board. So we thank you so much.
We appreciate you, Dr. Eldridge. So do we have any public comment on this topic?
We do not.
Okay. Do we have any board comment on this topic? Member Jean.
Said it all pretty much last time. Just thank you again for all of your work on this. And I'm really excited about our much more like laser focused goals and the equity multiplier and what that means. And I'm excited about what this means for us moving forward. So thank you again for all your work.
Thank you. Thank you. And then we're going to go to Member Villa.
Quickly as well, thank you as always. I'm really glad to see these new goals added in. I think that's a really important component to making sure we do have our staff's input in this, in our LCAP, and also just the professional learning. I think that's a layer that we don't often talk about as an important part of the educational process, but this is what we need to see with the whole document. So I'm glad those two are added. That's what I'm just letting you know. Thank you very much. It's late, sorry, rambling.
No
Thank
problem.
you.
And then for me, thank you for this document and the work that you've done. I would say one thing. I had my representative, Frank, actually speak to me around how they wanted to be able to be more involved and the community have more information. So as we continue this work and we kind of narrow it down, please make sure that our representatives that we appoint to those positions are having ample amount of time to have conversation and have information to digest, because they are our eyes and ears on the ground, and we lean on our committee members heavily. So that's just my only one critique. Other than that, I do appreciate this. Do we have a motion to move forward? Motion first, Jamie? She had it. Second, and then it's like a block. So we have a motion and a second. Student preferential.
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Villa?
Aye.
Thank you, and we'll see you soon, sir. Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna go down to 11.2. Mister, you're back. You're back. Look, so I saw Amanda, and I was like, oh, Ed's not gonna be here. And then Ed walked right back.
We're tag team.
Yeah, I
We're
got
tag
it. I
team.
got it. I appreciate it.
Dr. E and Dr. G. We hang
Dr.
out.
E and Dr. G. E and G.
So very quickly this evening, I am here to ask that you approve the local control accountability plans for our 5 dependent charter schools. All of these plans and the subsequent documents, including their local local indicator reflections, et cetera, have been reviewed and recommended for approval by their local governance bodies, their steering committees, their staffs, their parents, et cetera. And now, as the ultimate governing board, we come to you and ask that you approve them as well.
That's an interesting statement. The ultimate governing board.
I need a better word. I mean, you are the governing
No,
board,
I
but
understand.
there's these other levels.
I understand.
don't know.
I'm just gonna start saying that again. So, do we have any public comment on the topic?
We do. We have 3 speakers, Jessica Martin, Johnny Martin, and Dr. Wakandra Stovall.
Wonderful. Welcome back.
Hello again. I just want to, first I want to thank Dr. Goldman and also B. Mua, who's the data analyst who's been hired to support the charter schools, and also SCOE's Kathy Morrison, because what you all might not realize is, although I am a dependent charter school principal, I am also an LCAP director. I have to write my own LCAP for my school. And it takes just a lot of analyzing. I think just even more than your regular SIPSA, we have to take a really deep dive. And I do that pridefully. And what I wanted to share specifically regarding my LCAP, because it is such a big topic, is how I am planning to support my Black students. Because New Tech has 14%, that is our Black student population. And when I take a deep dive into that data, even though my school is awesome and dynamic and sending kids to college, we still fail in all of the areas that everyone else is failing. And so, for example, chronic absenteeism, 54% of my Black students, right? Suspension rate, 24%. It's my highest rate, even though my population, highest population is Hispanic. And it's shocking because I am the person who suspends kids, right? And so that's shocking to me because I'm very restorative. And so when I suspend kids, it's because it's the absolute last step. For example, fighting, you don't automatically get suspended for fighting at New Tech because that doesn't solve the problem to me. It's like, let's dig into what's really going on. And then our non-sustainability rate is 41% for our Black students. And I bring that up because that's how I got equity multiplier funds. And what's awesome about that, and I'll also say like the academic data is similar, but I plan to use my equity multiplier funds to specifically support my Black students. I get that it should last me a couple years. We've been doing, I think, a pretty good job at addressing like anti-racism and how to support Black students at the adult level pretty well. Like we do a lot of trainings with administrators and teachers, but there hasn't been a lot with regard to like, how do we do this at the student level? And I think I found a way. So after a lot of reflection with my staff and really having those complicated conversations about what are we actually doing here, we decided to take our equity multiplier and completely pour it into the support of our Black students and their families at the student and family level. And the way we're gonna do that is by partnering with Dr. Wakandra Stovall and her program, Just Like a Mom.
and she's going to tell you a little bit more about her program, but I'm excited about this partnership, and I think it's going to be the thing that really makes New Tech shine even more. So you'll be hearing from me. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Wakandra Stovall, and I am the founder and owner of Just Like a Mom. I am a former K-12 principal and became enraged in my experience that my primarily African-American school back in 2018, 2019 were the unperforming students at the school. Despite a high level of parental engagement and parental involvement, this was a private school environment, our kids were still not performing. So in 2019, July 2019, I launched Just Like a Mom to specifically partner with K-12 schools to combat the Black teacher deficit gap, the Black student achievement gap, and to increase the connection with African American students. I have primarily served Twin Rivers Unified School District, Berkeley Unified School District, San Francisco Unified School District, and I'm excited to continue my partnership within Sac City Unified School District. I was brought on last year towards the end of the school year with the Met High. I will continue that partnership with the Met along with New Technology High this upcoming school year. So Jessica so graciously invited me, and I thought I'd take this opportunity to share more about what it is that I do and who I am. I appreciate your time and look forward to partnering. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have no more public comment on this topic. I'll go to board comment. Seeing that we have no board comment, we have a second. Student preferential.
Aye.
Superintendent.
Member Kayada? Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Villa?
Aye.
Okay, now we're gonna go into item 11.3, adoption fiscal year 2024-2025 proposed budget for all funds. Hello.
Indeed. Hello. Ready?
Ready.
Good evening, Vice President Rhodes, Superintendent Allen, members of the board, and community. I'm Janae Marking, Chief Business and Operations Officer, and this is item 11.3, the 2024-25 proposed budget for all funds, which is presented to you this evening for adoption. As you recall, at the June 6th meeting, we provided a presentation and held a public hearing. I did not create a formal PowerPoint presentation for this evening because the last agenda provided an extended period of time for this item. Together, we reviewed the 23-24 third interim data, the 23-24 estimated actuals, and the 24-25 proposed budget for all funds. For 24-25, SCUSD projects a total general fund revenues of $668,120,006 and total general fund expenditures of $759,888,136. Further, we spent the majority of our time acknowledging the forecasted deficit in our multi-year projection and discussing a plan for right-sizing our budget. Through working together on improving systems, data accuracy, transparency, and prioritizing our resources to maximize what we have, our future will be one that we're proud of. Remember that we also discussed it will be hard at times. There will be choices. There will be difficult conversations. However, we made a commitment to the shared responsibility right-sizing our budget will require, and that's a very important first step. So in my short time this evening, I want to make 2 points in summary of our June 6th conversation. First, there are more internal controls coming. I used the example of the new unauthorized vendor process that began in January for this in the last presentation, and tonight you see more of that in the legal contracts item that's under the consent agenda. Specifically, we need more preventative controls that ensure systems of transparency and segregation of duties. As a district, we will be served well by mechanisms that intentionally balance decision-making abilities and access to changing data or forcing actions. Second, yes, there is work to be done in order to eliminate the projected deficit. However, it is imperative that as a system we continue to innovate, to design new programs, to make future-forward decisions, and to be excited about our opportunities. Nothing in the right-sizing plan threatens that. In fact, our right-sizing plan requires it. Our right-sizing plan is about priorities and shared responsibility. I am not standing before you saying that we have to cut our budget to the core, that we have to identify 500 positions to reduce, that we need to renegotiate contract language with our labor partners, or that we need to close down programs. While those might all be approaches to right-sizing, because they are, these are not the strategies that we are discussing. What I am saying is that we have a finite amount of dollars and some really bad habits, but it is time to roll up our sleeves and make the decisions that have been put off for too long. What I am saying is that we have to do the hard work of determining what is most important for our funding to cover and what are the things we can let go of. Rather than me telling my colleagues what those things are, the right-sizing plan is about department and site leaders identifying the priorities in their own budgets and everyone wrestling with the reality of the limited resources we have. It isn't fair to say, quote, "We really should do this, but Janae says no." So rather, it should sound like, quote, "We really should do this, so let's find what we can let go of to make it happen." You asked what you can do to help. In my experience, mindset and cultural behavior will be our biggest obstacles. So please, if you find yourself in a conversation that's either blaming me, because it's easy to make me the villain, or is perhaps just generally not focused on the opportunities and the collaborative spirit of our right-sizing plan, take a moment to educate and reframe. If our colleagues remain entrenched in old ways of thinking or not taking ownership of their part, please help them see the positive work that we're trying to accomplish together. With that, I will close. Again, I want to thank my staff for the many, many, many hours spent completing the enormous task of budget development. You are very appreciated. I thank Superintendent Allen and the board for your support. The right-sizing plan isn't possible without it. And I thank my colleagues who will stand beside me and take this on. Any healthy organization evaluates their data, which we have, puts together a plan that aligns goals, strategies, and resources, which we are, and then implements them, which we will. So let's do this. Staff recommendation is approval of our 24-25 proposed budget for all funds. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and as always, great presentation. Do we have any public comment?
We do not.
All right. Do we have any board comment? And Member Villa.
I just want to say I'm looking forward to the reset. Can't wait to get reports and hear how things are going. So good luck to you and the team.
Thank you.
You got this.
Member Gina.
Just a breath of fresh air. Really appreciate it. And if you have that written, can you email me your speech? You just had some beautiful things that you said that I tried to write down, but I'd love to kind of process it some more because it feels like you're really setting a tone and a guidance and a direction, and I'm excited about that.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. This is our narrative going forward.
Exactly. And as a board member, I want to make sure that I'm very cognizant and aware of that narrative so we can be part of that messaging as well.
Appreciated. Thank you.
All right, so this is an action item. Do we have a
Second?
Second? A lot of people. So, student preferential?
Aye. Member Kayada.
Aye.
Member Jean.
Aye.
Member Pritchett.
Aye.
Member Rhodes.
Aye.
Member Villa.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna go to communications. 12.1, let's go student member report.
Okay, so this was my final meeting like we discussed. I just want to again say thank you guys for an amazing year and for listening to me and providing that space and actively encouraging the dialogue of youth. I hope that you continue to in the following years to come. I'm really excited to see how the improvement of this year affects next year and how that improvement will continue to rise. And I really hope and encourage that you guys continue on this steady upward path. So thank you guys.
Amazing. Thank you. Now we're going to go to President's report. Member Phillips is not here, so I will do my sharing on regular board member sharing parts. So board member sharing, hop in the queue. Member Jean.
It was really wonderful to do all the graduations. And as we were at them, I know many of us started chit-chatting about the heat and how that is an issue, and I'm looking forward to talking about how we'll address that next year. I know our amazing superintendent already has ideas and things in the works for that. And then just to share something that I'm very excited about kind of personally, and I get to do this in a very different role, but I get to bring Sac City with me on this. So I'm very involved in our California Teachers Association union at our state level, and I've been involved in the National Education Association. And I don't know if all of you know, but we're actually a member of an international union known as Education International. And every 4 years, they have an international congress, and I have been appointed by our NEA president to participate in that again this year. It's in Argentina in July, which means I'll be getting to work with about 130, 140 other countries to have amazing conversations about education and democracy worldwide. And so I'm just really excited that I get to not only bring all my teacher educator experience, but everything as a school board member, and look forward to bringing that back and being able to inform even more of the practices of what we're offering here, because the truth is education is the cornerstone of democracy, and our world needs us more than ever. So
Wonderful.
And thank you for letting me share that kind of personal but exciting thing.
Yeah, what part of Argentina?
I will be in Buenos Aires.
You have to go to Boca. Boca's nice.
Okay, yeah, you told me you were going to give me tips on where I needed to go.
Yes, we have family
I'm
there,
looking
so it's
forward to
great.
that.
Okay, anybody else gonna hop in the queue? All right, tonight I'll just share. On June 29th, Saturday, June 29th, at Meadowview Park, Councilmember Mai Vang, in collaboration with myself, we're putting on a concert in the park on the south side of the city. We have performances by the Lab Rats, wonderful group, guest artist Jakari Smith, sounds by Dre T. It's open to everyone. It's a free event. And once again, this is put on by the councilwoman, and I will be in collaboration with myself. So I hope to see you guys out on the south side in the next couple of weeks. So thank you guys very much. And we're going to go to consent. But before we go to consent, there's something that I have to read around our consent, and one of the items on consent. Last July, in addition to leading Chief HR Officer Kansi McCarn was asked to lead the district negotiation, to lead us through stalled negotiation, labor unrest, and help us to reach agreements with our labor partners. 1 year later, we are no longer multiple years behind in terms of contracts agreements. Within 6 months, we have current collective bargaining agreements with all 5 labor partners. For the first time in many years, we have multiple year contracts, some ending June 30th, 2025, and some ending June 30th, 2026. We have multiple year calendars and are working collaboratively with our labor partners to address the many needs of the district. Chief McCarn is now going to be reclassified from Chief Human Resource Officer to Chief Human Resource Officer and Lead Negotiator, effectively July 1st, 2023. This reclassification comes with a salary increase, moving her from range 29 to range 37. Step 4, which is $214,931, effectively July 1st, 2023, and reflects in the updated salary schedule under item 13.1K. Chief McCarn will receive step advancements according to the normal process. Thank you for all your hard work, leadership, and dedication to the district, Chief HR and Lead Negotiator, Kansi McCarn. And that is on the consent agenda, but so moves. But do we have any public comment on that notion? None? Board comment? None? Motion to approve? So moved. Okay, student preferential?
Aye. Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Jean? Aye. Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Villa?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Now we're just on the consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve everything on the? So moved and moved. Student preferential?
Aye.
Superintendent?
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Rose?
Aye.
Member Singh? No. Member Villa?
Member Singh is not here. He's missing.
Aye.
Okay.
Villa?
Okay. All right. And then now we're going to business and financial information received, and then 15.0 future board meeting dates, location August 8th, 2024 at 5 p.m. and September 5th, 2024 at 5 p.m. Do we have a motion to adjourn? Do we have a motion to adjourn? So moved. Second? Yes, you can. Second. All in favor? Aye. Okay. Meeting adjourned. We had to. We didn't do 9:30, but.